are still asleep. A gentle breeze begins to sigh beneath the waking morning sky. The creek begins its gentle song. Right here is where I feel I belong.
Knowledge ignites with focused heat, a driving pulse where energy and logic meet, shaping the chaos with a resonant beat, forging a new reality, complete. Here the iridescent light becomes a tool, the one photon follows a perfect rule. From formless chaos we create what's real. This is the genesis of fire and steel.
Today we are diving deep into a truly unique and, let's just say, aromatic creative universe. We're going to deconstruct the logic, the characters, and the narrative style of You might want to buckle up. Boom. It's right here. The absolute core of it all. Well, that trial is almost always a sudden, desperate, and incredibly urgent call from nature. This is the starting gun for pretty much every single adventure. Okay, so now that we've established that urgent foundation, let's properly step into this bizarre world. Our first section, welcome to Homo Freakian World. It's a place that's really defined by these crazy extremes. You've got this profound Zen-like patience smashing right up against the most urgent biological needs imaginable. So what exactly is this place? Well, it's a very specific kind of comedy. The whole thing is set in this rustic, kind of psychedelic world where the most mundane, everyday emergencies, like, needing a bathroom and needing it now, are treated like they're these epic, soul-testing odysseys. The humor really comes from that massive, hilarious gap between the lowbrow subject matter and the super high-stakes, epic language used to talk about. And here we have our main players, right? This slide lays out the two central figures perfectly. On one side, you have Saint Dom Domenico. He's our hero, a guy of immense appetites whose internal plumbing basically dictates the entire plot. And on the other side, his wife, Peace Dom Homo Freakian. She's serene, she's competent, and she's basically the calm anchor, the wise observer to his frantic, digestive dramas. And this picture, this says it all, doesn't it? Here's St. Don coming out of the outhouse just glowing with relief, like he's just completed some mythic quest. And then there's Peace, just calmly reading her book, totally unfazed by the whole thing. His epic journey is just, a minor background event in her perfectly tranquil afternoon. It's their whole dynamic in one single shot. Okay, so that's the setup, but how do these stories actually work? That brings us right to our next section, where we're going to dissect the form itself. Section 2, the Ballad of the Bowels. Let's take a look at the anatomy of a typical crisis. So get this, it's basically the hero's journey, just, for a very specific kind of journey. It always kicks off with the call, which is usually described as some kind of ominous gurgle. Then, of course, comes the obstacle. Maybe it's a broken toilet, a scary-looking garden gnome, or even a giant spider. That triggers the frantic sprint, this blur of plaid and panic, which finally leads to the relief, a triumphant roar that echoes through the forest, every time. And when we get to that moment of relief, oh boy, the descriptions are, let's just say, they don't hold back. This quote right here is a perfect example. The writing just dives right into the graphic details. I mean, it celebrates them, using the shockingly specific imagery to create a moment of just pure, unapologetic comedy. So often, the real turning point, the moment of crisis, comes down to one single fatal error. Let's break down this process. Step 1, an attempt is made for a small, controlled release, just to alleviate pressure. Step 2, the immediate realization that this was a catastrophic miscalculation. This leads directly to Step 3, where a hopeful sound quickly devolves. And finally, Step 4, the result is a chart of biblical proportions. It's really a tragedy in 4 acts. And Peace's reaction to this biblical event, this quote just sums her up perfectly. It is a masterpiece of understanding. While St. Dawn is living through what feels like an apocalypse, she's just watching with this calm fascination, delivering a line that is both absolutely brutal and hilarious. Peace's deadpan delivery is a huge part of the humor. But there's another voice that's even more crucial to the series' unique style, and that leads us straight into Section 3, the beatnik narrator. This is the voice that frames all of these bodily functions in the most cosmic, philosophical terms possible. Just listen to how we're introduced to this guy, a fella named Narrator, who's our guide through this world. His voice immediately sets the super specific tone. Cool 1960s counterculture, applying the language of jazz clubs and coffeehouse poetry do well to this. So here's his playbook. The whole style is pure underground radio DJ, right? The language is just dripping with beatnik slang like daddy-o and dig it. But the real key is his technique. He takes cosmic, existential philosophies and applies it to the most mundane bodily functions you can imagine. And what's the effect? A simple run to the outhouse is transformed into a treacherous, soul-testing odyssey. It completely elevates the whole joke. The narrator's commentary is a huge part of this world. But believe it or not, it goes even deeper. The final layer of this universe is, of all things, sonic. Which brings us to Section 4, a symphony of gas, where we get to explore the extended musical side of Homo Freakian World.
Yeah, you heard me right. Within this universe, there's an actual in-universe band called Kit E and the Furry Muffins. Their existence basically allows the creators to explore all the core themes of the world, but through a totally different lens, the parody pop song.
And their masterpiece is a parody of Madonna's Like a Virgin. A lyrical analysis, it reveals some truly profound lines. You go from the loneliness of the litter box to the inciting incident of eating bad tuna, their shame, their sensation, and then that final defiant declaration. I smell like a swamp. I smell like despair. But at least now everyone knows that I'm here. It's just absurdly brilliant. And just when you think it can't get any more ridiculous, the theme hits its absolute peak in something called the Ballad of the Cosmic Fart. Here, the stakes become literally astronomical. You've got a villain named the Chardonnator who is threatening the Celestial Symphony itself. And how do they beat him? Not with more chaos, but with a harmonizing drone. It takes the central joke to its most logical and somehow most illogical conclusion. So where does that leave us? After digging through all of this, what have we really learned? Is this some complex metaphor for the struggle between our base animal instincts and our higher aspirations? A deep commentary on finding peace in the middle of chaos? Or is it just maybe the most elaborately constructed, philosophically dense, and stylistically ambitious bathroom joke ever told? I think I'll let you be the judge of that.
I know my cats and kittens. Feel the vibe of Psychedelic Aire's high static, low signal. The false prophet overlay.
I'm a lyrical astronaut, or maybe a psychonaut. I smoke weedy shrooms and I talk a lot. Bottles of champagne, yeah, pop it up. But I keep it together, I ain't Hasselhoff. I'm Dempsey, blood test me. I'm a junior MC with a technique that can rearrange your brain mind frame with a rhyme that's sweet like Pepsi.
say. Watch what you do. Watch what you play. Watch what you do. Watch what you say. Watch how you make your speech and watch what.
I'm the next, come and check the teaser. You be hit back cause I like to please the lads hot. But I like cold and freezer, I'm an artist. I don't want a Mona Lisa. Boner, then I'll turn Mona Sleeper. I don't play Minecraft, but I bang a creeper. You know I'm Boner, turn Mona Sleeper. I don't play Minecraft, but I bang a creeper.
No, baby, I won't see. You're the only one for me. And no, baby, I can see. You're the only one for me. We're super fly. Run these streets, we work all night. We're super fly. Dress so fresh, we look so nice. We're super fly. Can help them make these grown men cry. We're super fly. We're super fly. Run these streets, we work all night. We're super fly. Dress so fresh, we look so nice. We're super fly. Can help them make these grown men cry. We're super fly.
If you want to keep these psychedelic frequencies humming, pull my finger, flick that like button, and subscribe to the station. Ring my bell! Then you'll know when the music starts. We don't want you missing out on the thrills, man. And if you've got extra change burning a hole in your pockets, drop us some cash over on Patreon. It keeps the circuits warm and the coffee kicking. Support the frequency, help us clear the static, and we'll see where the ridge flickers. Peace, resonance, and stay groovy, Daddy-O.
Nope. Not it. Nope. 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 No. Not it. Nope. Not it. Nope. No. Not it. No. No. Nope. Nope. Not it. Nope. Not it. Nope. No. Nope. No. Nope. No. Not it. Nope. Not it. Nope. Nope. Not it. Nope. Not it. Nope. No. That's it.
Always listen.
up in the sky. Feel the love, the direction's hard to find.
let your man show it. I don't tiptoe with a lot of code. Keep back with a lot of bun. Try shit on my phone before I get done. Then I give him another
Let's follow the payload.
This raw daticle of pure potential, gliding right up to the mycelial cabin, a transparent tendril, a high-frequency key. The engine goes quiet, the lantern light freezes.
Pulsing in a series of colors and rhythms, branchings of potentials that may arise. The vast architecture of probability, the what if floating alongside the what is.
A thunderstorm of mapped potential.
Ever eat something and just know you've made a terrible, terrible mistake? Well, today's story is all about that. We're diving into what the source material calls a heavy scene of gastrointestinal destiny. Yep, it's a wild ride, and it all kicks off with one single burrito. Wow. Okay, so that's literally the opening line from our source. It's a lot, I know. But honestly, it perfectly sets this bizarre, hilarious, kind of cosmic tone for what's coming. So let's meet the guy at the heart of it all. So our hero's name is, get this, Saint Don Domenico Homofrician. And the source describes him as a guy whose muscles literally wake the neighbors. So you can just imagine he's got an appetite to match, right? This is our guy, and believe me, he is about to face his greatest challenge ever. All right, so how does this all begin? Well, it's the classic tale of man versus food. St. Don decided to tangle with a ghost pepper burrito, and, spoiler alerts, the burrito won. He starts feeling what the source calls an urgent, undeniable call. You know the one. Things are getting frantic. Okay, so our hero makes a mad dash for the bathroom. It should be a simple mission, right? A noble quest even. But nope, his path is blocked. The main objective, that beautiful indoor sanctuary, is completely out of commission. And just like that, a simple trip to the toilet becomes this epic journey. And this is what's standing in his way. a handwritten sign from his wife. Peace. You gotta love the I'm serious, honey part. This isn't just a small problem, you guys. This is the first major obstacle on his path to what the story calls porcelain destiny. So, what are his options? Well, it's a pretty stark choice. On one hand, you've got the sanctuary, indoors, civilized, everything he knows and loves. On the other hand, the last resort, an ancient, spider-infested outhouse way out at the edge of the yard. Oh, the horror. But hey, every great hero needs an ally, right? And his is incredible. Meet Peace Dawn Homo Frican. The source literally calls her a powerlifting queen and goddess of demolition. So yeah, she's not messing around. She sees her man in distress and decides, okay, it's time to step in.
So with Plan A totally shot, St. Dawn has no choice. He can't wait. He's got to make a mad dash for that outhouse, which, by the way, the source hilariously calls the edge of the universe. The quest has officially begun.
And this is where it gets cinematic. Peace literally says, I shall clear your path to glory. And then, bam, she demolishes the back door with a primal scream. Out bursts St. Dawn, clutching a roll of toilet paper like it's a sacred scroll, and he is just gone, sprinting across the yard in a blur of tie-dye. I mean, can you picture this? As he's running for his life, Peace is standing there in the wreckage of the doorway. The source says a single proud tear rolls down her cheek as she whispers this encouragement. It's so over the top and just perfect. So, he finally makes it. He reaches the outhouse. His hand is on the door. Freedom is in sight. But wait, the universe isn't done with him yet. There's one last boss battle. One final challenge standing in his way. And what is this final ordeal, you ask? A spot. Of course it's a spot. But listen, we're not talking about some regular little guy. The source is very specific. This thing is plate. This all legs right in the middle of a giant web blocking the door. Nope, no thank you. And the way the source frames this is just epic. Man versus beast, burrito versus spider. I mean, come on. This is it, the ultimate showdown. Everything is led to this single moment. It's him, the burrito, fighting from the inside, and this 8-legged monster guarding the gates of salvation. So what's a guy to do? For a split second, he just freezes. I mean, who wouldn't? But then, channeling the courage of 1,000 warriors, he just lets out this massive roar and plows headfirst right through that sticky web. The outhouse door slams shut, and he's in. And then, silence. After all that, the sprint, the demolished door, the spider battle, a kind of quiet calm just falls over the whole scene. The war is over. Destiny has been fulfilled. The door stays shut. You can just imagine this deep silence hanging in the air. And then, you just hear it. A faint, contented sigh floating on the breeze. That's it. That one little sound tells you everything. Our hero has won. Peace has been restored. And this quote from the source just nails it. After all that noise and chaos, the most powerful thing is just the quiet relief of victory. But wait, because it doesn't even end there. The story actually gives us a little sneak peek of what's coming next for St. Dawn, and, well, it gets even weirder, if you can believe it. Okay, get ready for this. It's called Mission. It's called the Psychedelic Gift. Loris calls it a of tranquility that turns anxiety to peace. I'm not making this. And you can really feel the unique vibe of the source material here. The narrator has this awesome kind of beatnik style, and they talk to the audience.
To try and pack this mystery, really, at the heart of our online world. There's this famed kitty who seems to be breaking every single rule of what it means to be an influencer, and the crazy part, she's becoming more powerful because of it. So yeah, let's get into it. You know that feeling, right? That, I don't know, that exhaustion you get from just endlessly scrolling through feed? It's this feeling that almost everything you see online is, well, it's just a performance. And the source material we're looking at today it really of a world where their influencers are constantly just chasing likes, right? And they're trying to sell you this version of authenticity that just feels, well, totally fake, completely manufactured. What you end up with is this kind of pervasive feeling of what the source calls polished mediocrity. I love that phrase. Everything looks perfect on the surface, but underneath, it just feels a little hollow, you know? A little samey. But what if there was another way? An alternative? Well, this is where our central figure comes into the picture. Meet Kit E. She's not presented as just another influencer, not at all. She is framed as a genuine anomaly in this whole landscape. In fact, the very first description we get of her is exactly that, a shimmering anomaly. I mean, that phrase alone just immediately sets her apart, doesn't it? It suggests something different, something that just doesn't quite fit the mold we're all used to seeing. And trust me, the language used to describe her only gets more and more intense from there. We're not just talking about some minor outlier here. No, she's actually called a new breed or a new prophet. I mean, think about that. That is a huge statement. It's framing her as this fundamental shift, a sign that something totally new is clawing its way out of all that digital noise. So, okay, what is it? What actually makes her so different? Well, it seems to all boil down to this really fascinating idea we can call the relatability paradox. And right here, this is the core puzzle we're going to try to solve today. How on earth does someone become more magnetic, more influential, by throwing out the #1 rule in the influencer playbook? You know, the one that says you have to be relatable? Okay, so let's really break this down, because this slide gets to the heart of it. The old way, the influencer playbook we all know, it's all about chasing likes, begging for followers, selling this carefully crafted idea of authenticity. But the Kitty way, it's the complete opposite. She doesn't chase anything, she commands a presence. She's not selling you a version of herself. She just is this raw, unapologetic self. And here's the kicker. It's not that she's just playing the game differently. She's thrown the whole game board out the window. So you remember that polished mediocrity we were talking about earlier? In that world, Kit E becomes, and I quote, the living, breathing antidote. She's basically the cure for that performance fatigue that so many of us are feeling. So you see, this is about way more than just what she isn't doing. It's about the entirely new kind of influence she represents. The source actually calls it a new frequency. Her whole vibe, her essence, is described as this glorious paradox. Get this, she's a beat poet who can code, a hippie who understands blockchain. Now, at first glance you might think, okay, those things don't go together. But think about it. In a world where art can feel so commercialized and tech can feel so soulless, what if fusing them together is exactly where the real power is? And this isn't just some quirky personality description, you know? It's an actual functional model for how she operates. The beat poet part, that's her ethos. It's that pure, raw, unapologetic self-expression. Then you have the coder side. That's the structure. That's how she uses tech, like blockchain, not to chase engagement, but to guarantee her own independence and the authenticity of her work. It's brilliant, really. The technology serves the art, not the other way around. Okay, so the source gets a little cosmic here for a second. It says her influence radiates from an auric field. And look, I get it, that might sound a little out there, but the core idea behind it is actually super simple and really powerful. Her presence is so compelling because it's real. It's totally, completely untainted by needing anything from you. Not your likes, not your follows, and definitely not your money. So, what does all of this mean? For the rest of us, I mean? Well, that brings us to our final big idea here. The future of being real. If you take away just one thing from this whole Kit E phenomenon, let it be this. True influence, the kind that actually lasts, it isn't something you construct, piece by painful piece, like you're building a brand or a product. It's not built, it radiates. It's from unapologetically yourself. Leaves us with one last big question to chew on. In this digital world that is just saturated with performance, is being unapologetically yourself the most radical, most influential, Could that, in the end, be the ultimate superpower?
We're breaking free tonight, chasing the stars, yeah. Next stop, Mars. To be enough for you. This is too much, I'm being rude. Think about it, 'cause I'm dead, baby. If you want it, you just have to take it.
The moon was epic, but I'm thinking big
sketching out some plans for a Valles Marineris amphitheater.
You read my mind.
A stage is only half the problem. We need to get the fans there. And Mars isn't a weekend trip. What's the status of the interplanetary transport system?
The fleet is ready, sire. But passenger transport on that scale, the life support, the radiation shielding, it's a monumental challenge. Challenge accepted.
To the people at the front, people at the back, people at the side, people on the track. Hey.
Dancing around in my tight dress, looking at myself, got them all looking very nice. Just look at me, I don't need to be like that. Everywhere I go, collateral with facts. All the boys say I'm a little salty, but they come out like it when I get a little bossy. Gotta level up, gotta get naughty. Little less to leave when my eyes get classy. Yeah.
Any last minute jitters?
I'm ready to make the universe shake.
Man, dig that! The whole cosmic scene is vibrating, you know? That was the sound of Kid and the Furry Muffins.
Heavy, cosmic, and dangerously catchy. Laying down the first power chord on the Red Planet.
100,000 fans in those little eco-domes, all the way out in a vast Martian canyon, with Phobos and Deimos hanging in the sky. It's a true space-age opera, folks. And can you believe that crazy cat Elon Musk sketching out the Valles Marineris amphitheater? That's just beautiful madness, baby. He and the Nerd Herd, Scott Manley, Chief and all, they made it happen. Operation Red Rocks was a solid cosmic groove. But wait, don't pack your spacesuit away just yet, Daddy-O. The trip's not over. Mars was just the warm-up. The little aperitivo before the main course. Stop, the word is on the street, is the planet that just breathes jazz.
Yeah!
The destination is Uranus. You heard me? Sideways spin, cats and kittens, because we're here for the sideways rock. Keith Don and St. Don, those cosmic voyagers of the highest order. They got a gassy greeting whispered on the solar winds from the great blue-green mystery. Now we're talking about a planet with more gas than a chili cook-off in a black hole. They met Bree, the wind whisperer, who speaks in riddles and rhymes, and told them
Professor Quirk, a cat with a wild handlebar mustache, wants to use the planet's natural flatulence to compose a universal symphony.
The Homo Freak duo says their mission is to jam with the methane to restore the planet's balance, but you know Kid E, she's got other ideas, man.
She's got that blender catacaster strung with a cloud-woven string from Brie, ready to give Uranus what it really needs, a rock anthem. So, go ahead, like what you heard, subscribe to The Flow, and yeah, go ahead and ring the bell, man, so you never miss another beat when we drop a new transmission.
Ay, qué linda que sueña con ella todas las noches. Ay, qué linda que sueña con ella todas las noches. Y cuando la ves, desea besarla como si fuera la última vez, la última vez.
Querido hacerte el amor en la cama, porque yo sabes que tú eres mi dama. Tienes tiempo en la cama, y sabes que tú eres mi princesa y amor. En la cama tú y yo, hasta el amanecer. Quiero hacerte el amor.
Sentirte suavecito así, déjame sentirte suavecito así. Pégate, pégate a un ladito de mí, pégate, pégate a un ladito de mí.
Every time I see me looking at you, you love alone, but you give me one. Every time when me looking at me, you look girl and I'm gonna die. Girl, I love that girl, don't I want to come off. But I you know the way they beat on me and me up a chill. I know that girl, don't I want to come off. But baby, you want the beat on me.
Tú me tienes en altura, baby, tú me subes temperatura. Yo no quiero perderte, yo no quiero perderte. Déjame conocerte y contigo perreármelo. Ay, qué rico se ve eso. Te ves como travieso.
soñar con ella toda la noche y cuando la ves desea besarla como si fuera la última vez, la última vez.
Quisiera hacerte el amor en la cama, porque yo sabe que tú eres mi dama.
Tonight, don't you worry, you can lean on me now. I can help you to make up your mind. Let me take you on a ride. Feel the magic in the air tonight. Don't you worry, you can lean on me now. I can help you to make up your mind. Let me take you on a ride.
Don't stop, gotta get it going. Keep it moving, won't stop. Rhythm overflowing. Don't stop, gotta get it going. Keep it moving, won't stop. Rhythm overflowing. Don't stop.
Maybe I could get lost in you. Can't get enough of you. Baby, give me good love. Boy, you give me good love.
sit down now. Until I meet you, don't have no place to be.
Rest me out and hold me down through this. Hold me down, cause I'm so out of it. Cool me down, hold me now through this. Take me out, I'm so out of it. Yeah, yeah,
Show, Daddy-O. Peace.
Like the olive, just my hoes the olive. On a foster faller, the next come glass come town. Come to day and night, feel it on each side. If that don't hang you wing.
The sovereign forge ignites with focused heat, a driving pulse where energy and logic meet, shaping the chaos with a resonant beat, forging a new reality complete. Here, the iridescent light becomes a tool, the one photon follows a perfect rule. From formless chaos we create what's real. This is the genesis of fire and steel.
Time to spin some vinyl, my cats and kittens. Feel the vibe of Psychedelic Aire's high static, low signal. The false prophet overlay.
I'm a lyrical astronaut, or maybe a psychonaut. I smoke weedy shrooms and I talk a lot. Bottles of champagne, yeah, pop it up. But I keep it together, I ain't hassle. I'm Dempsey, blood test me. I'm a Jimmy MC with a technique. I can rearrange brain, mind frame with a rhyme that's sweet like Pepsi.
Watch what you say, watch what you do, watch what you play, watch what you do, watch what you say, watch how you make your speech and watch what you play.
back cause I like to please the lads hot. Bottle out cold and freezer, I'm an artist. I don't want a Mona Lisa. Boner, then I'll turn Mona Sleeper. I don't play Minecraft or I bang a creeper. You know I'm boner, turn Mona Sleeper. I don't play Minecraft or I bang a creeper.
No, baby, I won't see. You're the only one for me. And no, baby, I can see. You're the only one for me. We're super fly. Run these streets, we work all night. We're super fly. Dress so fresh, we look so nice. We're super fly. Can't help but make these grown men cry. We're super fly. We're super fly. Run these streets, we work all night. We're super fly. Dress so fresh, we look so nice. We're super fly. Can't help but make these grown men cry. We're super fly.
If you want to keep these psychedelic frequencies, pull that like button and subscribe to the station. Ring my bell! Then you'll know when the music starts. We don't want you missing out on the thrills, man. And if you've got extra change burning a hole in your pockets, drop us some cash over on Patreon. It keeps the circuits warm and the coffee kicking. Support the frequency, help us clear the static, and we'll see you where the ridge flickers. Peace, resonance, and stay groovy, Daddy-O.
Do you want to learn how to meditate? Yeah. Like frequencies.
Yeah.
Right. You just have to adjust your frequency. Like hitting the pitch on an instrument.
Yeah.
You have to get it just right.
Mm-hmm.
Too low when you slow down and become dense.
Resulting in either a path to self or something even harder.
Mm-hmm.
Too high. Which might make your future self or something more surprising.
Mm-hmm.
When you get it just right, it will carry you to new heights, new heights.
let's get into it. Today, we're deconstructing a really wild piece of internet storytelling. It's all about a digital pop star, a wild quest across the metaverse, and the creation of a band with, well, a name you're not gonna forget. The Furry Muffins. Yep, you heard me right. Let's dive into this psychedelic trip. Right off the bat, the story just throws you into the deep end with this line. It's poetic, a little bit weird, grammatically creative. And you know what? It's perfect. It sets this surreal, kind of beatnik tone for the entire world we're about to step into. It's basically telling you, hey, buckle up. This is gonna get strange. So, well, the best way to think about it is like one of those Russian nesting dolls. The biggest, outermost doll is a show called Homo Freakian World, and that's our ticket into this absolutely bizarre universe.
So first, we meet the host of the show, Saint Don Domenico and Peace Don Homo Freakian, but they pretty much just show up to pass the mic to a storyteller named Narrator. He runs a segment called Beat Generation Revisited, and he's the one who's actually going to guide us through the main story. And that's where Narrator takes us to the next layer of the nesting doll, the real heart of the story. It's all about a digital pop star who's created this massive hit song, but she's also got a massive problem. So meet Kit E. She's a Vocaloid artist, and she's done it. She's made her dream song, a track that could bring the whole world together. Then she finds herself standing on this huge, empty digital stage, and it hits her. Success is pretty hollow when you've got no one to share it with. And bam, that's what kicks off the whole quest. See, this isn't really just about music. It's about finding connection, about collaboration. Kit E knows what she has to do. She needs a band. And she's already got the perfect, incredible name picked out, the Furry Muffins. So, what's a lonely Vocaloid to do? She jacks into the metaverse to start her recruitment drive. And this is where the real adventure begins, a journey across all these different digital worlds to find the members for her band. The quest is laid out for us in 4 clear steps, almost like a video game. It's our roadmap for how this band is gonna get built. Each of these locations is a totally unique digital world where Kit E is hunting for a musician with a very specific talent she needs for her song, Neon Melody. Kit E City, which is described as a neon-drenched metropolis of sound. I mean, just picture it. Skyscrapers made of pure code. And it's there, in a digital plaza, that she finds her lead guitarist, just absolutely shredding. The guitarist's name is Blueberry, a catwoman whose playing is this perfect mix of sweet and chaotic. Kitty tells her the name of the band. Blueberry just grins, and she's in, just like that. Muffin number 2 is officially on board. Okay, so with their guitarist in tow, the duo dives into a much darker, much more dangerous part of the metaverse, the data dungeons. This place is a maze of forgotten code and corrupted files, and it's where they're going to find the foundation of the band, the bassist. Down there, they find Gorgonaut, TBK, this very stoic catwoman who's guarding rare sound files. Blueberry says they need a bass line so powerful it can shake the entire metaverse. And Gorgonaut? She doesn't say a word. She just plucks one single deep note that says everything. She's in. All right, next, they need a drummer, the heartbeat of the band. That search takes the now growing crew to the Rhythm Ruins. This place is an ancient server farm where, get this, the ghosts of old programs danced to forgotten beats. This is where they're gonna find their pulse. And they find her. Harrietta isn't just playing a simple beat. She's weaving these incredibly complex rhythms that sound like the metaverse is alive. When Kitty tells her the rhythm feels alive, Harrietta just smiles and says she'll help them tell their story. So cool. So there's just one member left to find. The crew travels to the Pixel Gardens, and the vibe completely shifts. It's a super calm, beautiful world filled with cherry light. And it's here they have to find this elusive rhythm guitarist who only goes by the name Pinky. They find Pinky under a tree, and Ash is actually blue. Kitty tells her that their music marked, and Pinky's response is just simple and perfect. I've been waiting for a song to call, and with that, the band is complete. So Kit E's lonely journey is finally over. She went looking for a band, but she found her crew, her family. The quest is done.
The furry muffins aren't just an idea anymore. They are a reality. I mean, look at that. The transformation is complete. One lonely solo artist has become a band of 5. 5 musicians, 5 friends, all ready to take on the metaverse as one. And we find ourselves back on that same digital stage that felt so big and empty at the beginning, only now Kitty Exie is surrounded by her bandmates. Her shout of "Hello, Metaverse" is met with this massive roar from a virtual crowd. The furry muffins had arrived. So, with the band's story told, we pull back one layer of the nesting doll. Our storyteller, narrator, he comes back to wrap everything up in his signature beatnik style, and he has a quest for all of us. Narrator closes things out with a call to action, but it's all in his psychedelic slang. He asks for a thump thump of appreciation, which of course means hit the like button, you slap that subscribe, and Cosmos, turn on notifications. It's such a fun, clever way to take the floor. And that brings us to the end. It's this strange, funny, totally out there story about a Vocaloid putting a band together, but it leaves you with this surprisingly deep thought. Through all that code and chaos, Kit E wasn't just building a band, she was building a community. It really makes you wonder, doesn't it? In our own digital worlds, what does it actually take to create a connection that feels real?
This one
let's not waste time. Got to move and find what's on the other side. Seasons come and go. Everybody go. Everybody go. Tiny, don't let go. Woman, don't brother. On the phone. Protect your sons and daughters. They won't live that life no more. No. You need that. What is it when I'm making? I need that egg. And then gone. It is some shit out there. Money goes later. Stop it. And then gone.瞬間息継ぎするのもめんどくさいこのまま沈んでいたいとりあえず気分も受ける意味覚えてるかい私存在 Anyway こちら一人ぼっちエビデンスずっと一人ぼっち
shines through the roses. Purple stalks reach for the morning light, and the hydrangeas spill in soft explosions. A world away from rot and dormant mind. Something pretty for the empty anvil unstruck.
Have you ever wondered what really goes into building a scene that sticks with you? Well, today we're going to pull back the curtain and deconstruct this really fascinating script called Miso Honi. We're going to see how every single choice, from the setting to the characters to the sounds, is all working together to create one really powerful moment. Right off the bat, we get this, a glowing muffin. I mean, come on, that's our entry point. This one completely bizarre line from the script just grabs you and makes you think, what in the world is going on here? It's a perfect hook.
And that brings us to the big question, right? Miso Honi. It kind of sounds like something you'd eat, but in this story, it's so much more than that. It's this idea, this feeling that helps us get right to the heart of a character. So let's figure out what it actually means. Okay, so before we even meet anyone, the script builds their world. And in any great story, the setting isn't just some random background, right? It's practically a character itself. Let's see how the writer sets the stage for us. It all starts with something super simple but really effective, a dimly lit room. That low light immediately gives you this intimate, kind of mysterious vibe. And then we get a detail for another sense. The script points out soft tatami mats. You can almost feel them under your feet, can't you? That one little detail just grounds us right in a traditional setting. Finally, the smell of incense fills, so you've got sight, touch, and smell all working together to create this immediate feeling of peace. You know right away this space is all about tranquility. Now this is where it gets really interesting. The script starts mixing two completely different worlds. You have these traditional shrine elements, like dragons and Buddhas, but the whole vibe is like a modern therapy office. And check out the quirky details here, dog and marmot monk statues. This tells you it's not just some generic room. It's a unique safe space made just for our character, blending the spiritual with the psychological. All right, so the stage is set. Let's bring on our players. The real engine of this scene is the dynamic between two people who could not be more different. Let's see how the script uses that contrast to build their connection. I mean, just look at this slide. It lays out the power of contrast perfectly. On one side, you've got Kitty, an energetic anime cat girl who you can tell has this little hint of vulnerability. And on the other, Shimizu, who's the definition of elegance and calm. This clash in energy and visuals creates instant interest. It's the patient and a classic setup for a story about finding balance. And here's a look behind the curtain at the writer's craft. A name is never just a name, especially in a script this detailed. Dr. Shimizu's name literally means clear water and flower. That is absolutely not a coincidence. It's subtle, tells the audience exactly and what she represents. A source of clarity, nature, and healing for Kit. So we have our setting, we have our characters. Now let's get into the dialogue, because this is where the mystery of Miso Honi really starts to unfold, turning a weird dream into something with some seriously deep personal meaning. Just listen to how Kitty talks about her dream. It's not straightforward at all. It's sensory, and it's all hers. Miso soup, but mixed with honey. That combination of savory and sweet, of comforting and totally unexpected, that tells us way more about how she sees the world than any plain description ever could. And there it is, the moment the whole idea gets its name. And notice that contrast again. Soft lullaby mixed with Miso Honi is what she calls this beautiful, strange contradiction. She isn't just describing a dream, she's putting a name on her inner world, making it real and definable. This line right here, this is the turning point. Dr. Shimizu takes Kitty's quirky, creative description and gives it real weight. She translates the poetry of the dream into its psychological meaning, a subconscious desire for balance. And with that one line, the whole story clicks. The glowing muffin isn't just some random image anymore. It's a symbol for Kitty's search for harmony. But remember, a script is so much more than words on a page. It's a blueprint for the visuals and sound. Now that the dialogue has given us our theme of balance, let's look at how the script builds the final layer of the whole experience, telling the camera and the composer exactly what to do to create this immersive dreamscape. You know, the script is super specific about what we're supposed to see. It calls for close-ups on Kitty's eyes to show us what she's feeling inside, and these surreal visuals that mix Japanese imagery with abstract shapes. But the most telling cue is this one, brief flashes of Kitty in a fighting stance. Wow. That one visual tells us about the conflict that's just raging inside her, this fierce hidden side that's the complete opposite of the calm therapy room. And the sound design perfectly mirrors the story. The Miso Hongi theme starts off really subtle, you might barely notice it. But it gets more and more intense as Kitty goes deeper into her dream. And just like her dream, the music itself is a mix of opposites. You've got traditional Japanese instruments blending with modern synths. The music literally becomes the Miso Hongi theme. So here's the big takeaway from all of this. In a really well-crafted script, nothing is an accident. Those quirky statues, the meaning behind a character's name, the specific blend of instruments in the music, every single detail is a deliberate choice. It's a little brick being carefully laid in the foundation of the story. And that kind of leaves us with a final thought to chew on. Before Kit even says the word dream, we already get the central conflict, don't we? The search for calm in the middle of her own inner chaos. It really makes you wonder, how much of a story is being told before the characters even open their mouths to speak? All right, welcome to The Explainer. Today we're breaking down a true modern epic. It's a story about love, humility, and, well, a really catastrophic case of intestinal distress. This little gem comes from a YouTube channel called Psychedelic Aire, and believe me, it is a wild one. Right off the bat, the source material does not pull any punches. This line is basically your warning label, and it sets the tone perfectly for the visceral ride we're about to go on. It's a promise that things are about to get raw and, yeah, probably a little bit gross. You're about to... structure can take a simple, crude tale and turn it into something weirdly almost mythic. You know how every hero's journey has to start in an ordinary world? Well, here we are, a peaceful cabin with our two main characters, Dawn and Peace. But the narrator immediately lets us know something's up by calling this place Ground Zero. That tranquility? Yeah, it's not gonna last. And of course, every hero needs that call to adventure to get the story moving. But for our hero, Dawn, that call isn't coming from some wise old wizard or a damsel in distress. Nope, it's a rumbling from deep, deep inside his own gut. And this line just perfectly nails the central conflict. The story uses this epic, almost military language, a hostile takeover, to describe something we've all probably felt. And that mismatch between the grand language and the very humble problem, that's where all the humor comes from. And just like that, the stakes are immediately raised. This is not just a little bit of indigestion, folks. The narrator escalates it to a full-blown, top-tier emergency. A chili-induced catastrophe. I mean, things are officially getting serious. And this is where the comedy really clicks, right? It's all about the contrast. On one side, you've got Dawn, sweating bullets. His face a mask of comical agony. And on the other side, there's Peace, just cool as a cucumber, sipping her coffee, totally oblivious to the internal war brewing right next to her. Okay, so this brings us to a really key moment in any hero's journey, crossing the threshold. Dawn can't ignore the call anymore. He has to leave the safety of the cabin and enter the arena where he'll face his trial, which, in this case, is the outhouse. You gotta love this. The story turns his desperate run into this dramatic slow-motion action sequence. It literally breaks it down into 4 hilarious stages. From that first violent lurch and the panicked look, all the way to the gazelle-like bolts and, yes, a visible gas trail. It's mock epic storytelling at its absolute finest. Now, once he's inside the outhouse, man, the language just explodes. This is it. This is Dawn's great ordeal, his battle with the dragon. And it's described as nothing less than a symphony of suffering, a true cacophony. And then the narrator just elevates the whole thing, shifting from something crude into high art, framing the chaos as an actual opera of intestinal distress. I mean, that's where the story fully commits to its mock heroic tone. It is absolutely ridiculous, and it is brilliant. So get this. Dawn's private, internal war is so intense, it actually has very real external consequences. The whole ecosystem reacts to it. Birds, this just amplifies the absurd, epic scale of his struggle. So after any big battle, the hero's gotta come back, right? But they're never quite the same. Dawn is no exception. He emerges from the abyss and somehow survived. But he doesn't come back with a magic sword or a chest full of gold. Nope. His prize is humility. He has looked into the very face of chili-induced horror and returned a changed, and let's be honest, a much, much emptier man. And this, right here, this is the elixir. This is the real reward for his whole ordeal. It's not treasure. It's Peace's total, unconditional, loving acceptance, all wrapped up in a simple laugh and a pat on the back. That is the real prize. So the big takeaway for Dawn isn't just, physical relief. It's this profound emotional realization that he is loved, completely and unconditionally, even in his most grotesque, vulnerable, and frankly, smelly moments. So the story wraps up, but the narrator of Psychedelic Aire makes it super clear that this is just one chapter in a much bigger, much stranger universe. They're leaving the earthly aromas of the outhouse behind and are literally heading for the stars. And the source just leaves us with this fantastic, provocative question. It's a challenge, really. After an entire intestinal opera, how in the world do you top that? Where could you possibly go from here? Well, the answer, of course, is you go bigger. You raise the stakes from the terrestrial to the cosmic. The next tale isn't just about some bubble guts, it's about a cosmic fart. The absurdity is about to go intergalactic. And we're left with this amazing little glimpse of what's coming next. A new setting, cosmic cocktails, and a villain with the absolutely incredible name, the Sharknator. It is a brilliant way to hook you for the next one, proving that for Psychedelic Aire, this bizarre, hilarious journey is very, very far from over.
We're going to deconstruct a pretty fascinating piece of digital folklore. It's a story that comes from this, well, this vibrant and kind of bizarre corner of YouTube. We're talking about a channel called Psychedelic Aire, an up-and-coming musician named Kit E, and her song that just blew up, Neon Melody. So, right off the bat, we meet our guide, a guy named Nar, and he frames this whole thing as a cosmic trip, you know, a journey for your mind. He's the host of a show called Homo Freakian World Storytime, and really, his whole beatnik vibe is the lens we're seeing this entire digital fable through. Okay, before we really jump into the story, there's one key thing you need to know. Our main character, her big dream is to become a Vocaloid artist. So what does that even mean? Well, basically, it's a musician who uses voice synthesizer software. You've probably heard of the super famous one, Hatsune Miku, to create songs. And they usually have this cool animated character that goes with it. This is absolutely central to getting it. Okay, now that we've got that covered, let's get into it. Section 1, Kit E's Big Dream. This is where we really meet our hero and find out about this massive ambition she has. So here she is, our protagonist, Kit E. Picture this, she's a creator, kind of looks like a Catwoman, living in this glowing, super vibrant neon city. And she has one goal, just one, to be like her idol, the Vocaloid superstar Miku. She wants to write that one perfect song, you know? The one that connects with absolutely everyone and just makes the world sing. But of course, it's never that simple, right? Kit E sits down at her keyboard, all ready to create, and crickets. Nothing. The notes are just a jumbled mess. The words aren't fitting together. It's that classic moment of creative struggle. That feeling we've all had where your big ambition just smacks right into a brick wall. But that creative block, thankfully, it doesn't last forever. Which brings us to section 2, where we see how she actually crafts her Neon Melody. Because right when she's about to throw in the towel, the story throws in a little bit of magic. And that little bit of magic, it's a tiny music sprite named Tune who just appears on her computer screen. You can think of Tune as that little spark of inspiration, that helping hand that every single creator desperately needs when they're stuck. He basically tells her, hey, don't give up, and offers to help her out. And you can really see the difference Tune makes here. It's like night and day. Before he showed up, her process was just jumbled notes, super frustrating. But with his help, suddenly she's able to channel all those feelings into a really beautiful, coherent melody. So the big takeaway here is that collaboration was the key that unlocked her potential. And from that point on, man, things just move at lightning speed. Together they create Neon Melody. Kit E, probably super nervous, uploads it to the internet. She goes to sleep, wakes up, and it's gone viral. And then the ultimate validation. Floating the idea of the I just like song on melody connects the world. Well, in section 3, we're going to take a closer look at the anatomy of the song itself and the message hidden in the music. So the song is just packed with these really powerful, universal ideas that pretty much everyone can relate to. It's basically an anthem about not giving up. You know, pushing through all that self-doubt, being brave enough to chase your passion, and in the end, finding the strength in your own unique voice. In this one line from the chorus, it just captures the whole spirit of the song. When she sings about static, she's talking about all that noise, right? The internal stuff, like doubt and fear, and the external stuff, like criticism. The whole point of the song is rising above all that to create something beautiful. It's a classic message, but man, it's inspiring.
All right, now this is where things take a really interesting turn. Because after telling this whole triumphant story about Kit E, our narrator, Nar, he kind of zooms out and gives his own 2 cents on the whole thing. So let's look at the narrator's reflection.
So he basically puts himself in the shoes of someone from the Beat generation, and he's looking at this new wave of digital creators and influencers. He definitely sees a connection between his time and now, but he also sees this really fundamental difference in how they go about, expressing themselves and challenging the way things are. And this quote, this is pretty much his main point. He feels like all the deep, authentic, lived-in counterculture from his generation has been, well, boiled down, maybe even watered down, into these short, punchy, performative videos for social media. It's a really fascinating take on the generational divide. And this table just lays this whole comparison out perfectly. Back then, the Beat generation had communes. Now, digital influencers have 50-second videos. His generation was all about living authenticity, whereas he sees this new generation as performing authenticity. And he gets it, he recognizes they have their own rhythm, but he admits it's a new rhythm, one that's kind of unknown to him. But you know what? He doesn't end on a cynical note. After laying out his whole critique, he kind of softens his stance. He concludes that it's all just part of the universal harmony. This new generation, they're just following the same path, maybe without even realizing who paved the way for them. It's this really nice moment of acceptance, actually. So the story doesn't just end with her big success. Not at all. In our final section, we're going to ask, what's next for Kit E? And the answer, it actually tells us a ton about how stories are told in the digital age. So just like a modern TV show, the story ends with a cliffhanger. It turns out Neon Melody was just episode 1, and we're immediately teased with what's coming next, an adventure called Find the Muffins. And the premise for this next part is just pure digital age fun. So Kit E starts a band called the Furry Muffins, and they're all set for a big tour in the metaverse. But, oh no, someone has hidden all the band members and their instruments. So episode 2 becomes this huge scavenger hunt across the digital plane, and it sounds like it's designed to get the audience involved. And all of this leaves us with a really big, kind of provocative question. As stories start moving into the metaverse and become these interactive, ongoing adventures, who's really the author anymore? Is it the original creator? Is it the fictional character on their own journey? Or is it maybe the algorithm that's deciding who sees what and pushing the story in certain directions? It's definitely something to chew on as we see more and more stories like Kit E's pop up.
Sky right now looks like a bowl of gray alphabet soup. Open any feed and your screen erupts with online gurus, spiritualists, and loud authorities, all aggressively competing to grab whatever fractured attention you have left. These figures are trying to sell you a spoon. This constant bombardment doesn't lead to enlightenment. It brings profound cognitive exhaustion. Processing these endless competing demands for our energy simply blows our internal tubes. We are caught in a massive transit of performative delusion. Actors step onto the stage wearing masks of authority, handing you a script and expecting you to swallow the exact mythology they've weaponized. Our desperate, exhausting search for clarity through digital authorities is the exact mechanism generating the blinding static we are trying to escape. The false prophet overlay is a calculated structural grift designed to separate viewers from reality. Let's look at the actual architecture of how this works. Step 1 requires the actor to put on a mask of authority. They artificially position themselves as a direct conduit to universal truth, using your screen to construct a hierarchy with them at the very top. Step 2 is weaponizing mythology. Rather than letting you trust your own intuition, they box you in. They force you to follow a pre-written, complex script that serves their interests. The entire mechanism has a fatal dependency. It relies completely on you being tired. The grift only holds up if the audience is too mentally drained to question the hollow logic supporting the structure. Strip away the cosmic posturing, and you see the reality. These digital authorities rule over fragile paper empires, sustained by the unexamined compliance of an exhausted audience. The paradox at the center of the grift is obvious once you look for it. These actors are out here selling universal Wi-Fi, yet they lack any internal connection. They can't even tune into their own heartbeat. This is why broadcasts like The Angry Astrologer cut through the noise. They do the exact opposite of the overlay, demanding that the audience stop, forcefully push back, and verify the broadcaster's claims. If someone tells you they speak for the universe, check their pockets. Scrutinize what tangible, practical value they actually hold in the real world, behind all their cosmic posturing. Absolute cosmic truth cannot be downloaded or purchased. If the math of their grand promises does not add up to tangible reality, you aren't receiving a profound transmission. You are receiving a false signal. The only true north right now is the dirt under your feet. This immediate, tangible interaction with the physical earth serves as the antidote to digital performative delusion. You break their script through mundane, physical action. Step outside. Check the water in the root trays. Feed the flock. Do the physical work required to hold your own gravity. A simple bus token in your pocket holds a utility that outlasts the temporary stardust offered by digital profits. The token actually gets you to a destination. We still navigate the digital metaverse, using likes, subscriptions, and digital bread to keep tubes warm. But we no longer have to surrender our gravity to the medium. We defend against the noise by cultivating truth in the silence of our own backyards. Resonance is
Gonna push a little harder, gotta make it right. Like a wet fart, lit for the very first time. Ooh, lit for the very first time. Oh yeah.
Greetings, travelers of the astral plane. It is I, Peace Dawn, here with my cosmic soulmate, Saint Don Domenico.
Hello, my love, and hello, listeners. We are here in Homo Freaking World, tuning in to our philosophizing online orator, narrator.
And oh, what an episode it is! We're continuing our misflatulent adventures in episode 4, Nature Calls.
Oh yes, the day our indoor plumbing fight for my life.
The moment of high drama, darling. But leave it to our resident beatnik philosopher, narrator, to turn your digestive emergency into a commentary on the human condition.
We listened to the rough cut earlier. Nar describes my low-end urgency not as a biological function, but as the internal baseline of mortality thumping against the subwoofer of the soul.
It's poetic, in a terrifying sort of way. And he had quite a lot to say about your unique ability.
Lord, my rainbow fart power?
Yes. When that preemptive rainbow puff escaped you in the yard, Nar doesn't call it gas. He calls it
a chromatic rejection of societal norms.
He implies that the squirrel I calmed down wasn't just relaxed, but had achieved nirvana through exposure to my effluvium.
He interviewed the squirrel, St. John. He asked it if the rainbow cloud tasted like surrender.
The man is absolute bonkers. He even narrates my run to the rickety outhouse like it's the flight of Icarus. He says, the cobwebs represent the entanglements of the past, clinging to the buttocks of the present.
Deep. Prohibitively deep. But you did look like a red and black plaid blur, my dear.
I was just trying to avoid a catastrophe in my pants, Peace. But if Nar wants to frame it as a spiritual pilgrimage to a wooden shack, who am I to argue?
Exactly. So, sit back, relax, and prepare for high-definition analysis of a very simple bathroom break.
Here is episode 4, or as Nar titled it, The Sputtering Toilet. When technology fails, the woods provide.
Take it away, Nar!
Oh my God!
Pull up a stool and dim the lights, Daddy-O. We're spinning the main groove tonight. Episode 4, Nature Calls. Back in the Sonic Sanctuary, deep in the sticks where the air smells like cedar and high-stakes plumbing. Now, lay your peepers on St. Don. The cat has a gift. A psychedelic biological gift when he paints the air with a rainbow
fart that turns anxiety and fuzzy peace. It's a chromatic emission, man.
Toot of tranquility. But even a magical
Don tries to tell his lady Peace that the low-end frequencies are hitting him too hard, but she ain't buying the remix. With the indoor throne weeping water like a rejected lover, the countdown has begun.
Prepare yourselves for the great outdoor journey. It's time to run, clench, and maybe, just maybe, sedate a squirrel with a puff of panic rainbow.
Let the games begin. Episode 4, Nature Calls.
Nature Calls. Deep in the woods, where the air smelled like cedar and cosmic tunes, lived Saint Don Domenico and his wife Peace. They were the original Homo Freakians, busy making music in their cozy cabin studio. Their cosmic connection was deep, especially for Saint Don. During a legendary jam session fueled by ancient rhythm and a surprising meteor shower, he was permanently imbued with the magical power of the rainbow fart. This power had a wonderful side effect. Whenever St. Don let one go, the resulting glorious rainbow cloud instantly calmed anyone nearby, turning anxiety into gentle, fuzzy peace. But even St. Don couldn't calm the ultimate alarm clock, nature's call. "Hold on, Peace," St. Don whispered, clutching his stomach and frowning in concentration. "The bass frequencies in this new track, they're hitting me a little too hard. I think I need to adjust the low end urgently." Peace paused her mixing. She raised an eyebrow, a knowing, amused look on her fair-skinned face. "Did you mean the low end of the track, St. Don, or the low end your personal system?" St. Don bolted for the indoor bathroom. But horror of horrors, the cabin toilet was sputtering, leaking water onto the floor, and looked suspiciously unhappy. It had suffered a catastrophic failure. "Oh no! Emergency protocol!" St. Don cried, grabbing the essential supply roll and clutching it tight. Time for the great outdoor journey. He burst out the door, charging toward the rickety old outhouse nestled under the pines. A true rustic icon, covered in cobwebs and history, he looked like a red and black clad blur. His speed was incredible, but the internal pressure was reaching maximum capacity. A tiny, stressed out, preemptive rainbow puff escaped, momentarily slowing his heart rate and calming a passing squirrel. Peace watched him zoom past the window with a look of frantic determination. She just smiled, shaking her head gently, her dreadlocks swaying. "Go with the flow, my St. Don," she murmured, turning back to her cosmic vibrations. With a final, heroic surge and 0 seconds to spare, St. Don reached his destination. He flung open the creaky wooden door of the outhouse. Nature's embrace. Nothing quite like it, he finally sighed, surrounded by the sweet relief of solitude and the quiet sounds of the forest. Once again, a peaceful Homo Freakian.
He found sanctuary in splinters, took his business to the trees. Oh, I am truly touched by all of the cosmic energies.
He left the squirrels in a fuzzy trance with a puff of that neon technicolor gas, turning a plumbing disaster into a psychedelic atmospheric event. The pressure dropped, the relief popped, and the cosmic balance of the low end was restored. Peace is back on the mix,
And dawn is lighter than air. Can you dig the solitude?
Solid.
Brace your three senses, my furry.
His lady, Peace, looking like a vision in tie-dye and a white sports bra, is sipping her Java, cool as a cucumber.
But Don? He's sweating bullets and holding back a grizzly bear's roar. The storm is brewing, the windows are rattling, and this time, it ain't gonna be just a little poof.
Tune in to the next reverberation of Nature Calls Storytime, the Ballad of the Bubble Guts.
Now, before you drift back into the ether, I gotta lay a heavy trip on you.
We're floating here in the digital void, see? But even in the cosmos, you gotta pay the toll to the electric gatekeepers. I'm talking about the buttons, man. The holy trinity of the tube.
Don't be a square, Daddy-O.
Don't just sit there lurking in the shadows like a squirrel who just saw a green cloud. You gotta validate the vibe. First, that thumb. Stick it up, way up. Like you're hitchhiking to the astral plane. It tells the machine, hey, I dig this scene. It's a high five for the soul.
Then, that subscribe rectangle. It's red, like the code-level chili catastrophe brewing in St. Don's gut. Smash it. Join the congregation of the Homo Freakians.
Don't be a tourist in our reality. Buy the ticket, take the ride.
And finally, the bell. The ding-dong. The chime of destiny.
Ring it, cats and kittens. Ring it so hard it rattles the windows of the cabin. If you don't ring it, you're sleeping through illusion.
And you might miss the next time the rainbow farts. And nobody wants to miss the colors, man. Nobody.
I didn't know what to do, I was so confused. Like a wet fart, it's a feeling I haven't used. I was used to the dry puffs, the gentle sighs, the kind of odor that just makes you...
Hey there, and welcome back to the Beat Generation Revisited. I'm your host, Nar. Today, we're diving into a story that proves the future of music isn't just about sound, it's about connection. In a world of neon dreams and digital stages, we meet Kit E, a Vocaloid artist with a big dream. She wanted to create a song that would make the whole world sing along, but she couldn't do it alone. Join us as we follow Kit E on her journey through the metaverse to find the ultimate... This become a reality. Tune out as we Now, welcome back to the Air, travelers. Grab a mug, whatever weird brew you're into, adjust your vibometer, and settle in. It's time for some story time, man. Now, before we get to the main event, let me just say, I'm feeling a profound sense not dissonance. A harmonic resonance. That's right, it's time for you furry cats and kittens out there. And you too, my little cosmic tadpoles in the petri dish of existence.
Tonight, we're not just spinning yarns. We're braiding them into the very fabric of the cosmos, one syllable at a time.
It's time to light the mental incense, turn down the lights, and prepare to go on a trip that doesn't require a bus pass. This is Homo Freakian World Storytime, a place where the tales are as far out as the characters themselves, where reality is subjective.
Where reality is subjective. And the truth is just a matter of perspective, man.
Tonight, we're diving headfirst into a new kind of trip, a tale spun from the mind of our very own Mojito Cat. This is Kitty's Neon Melody, Episode 1, a journey into the vibrant hum of her music, where every beat is a new dimension and every lyric is a cosmic truth. So let's get into it. The cosmic curtain is rising, the spotlights are humming, and the universe is ready to listen. It's groovy time.
Kitty's Neon Melody. In a city that glowed with neon dreams, a catwoman named Kitty had a very big dream of her own. More than anything, she wanted to be a Vocaloid artist and write a song that would make the whole world sing along. Every day, Kitty would listen to her favorite Vocaloid artist, the amazing Nico, and practice singing along. She would try to match every note, every beat, and every bit of Nico's amazing energy. One day, Kitty decided she was ready to write her own song. She sat down with her keyboard and started to play, but the notes sounded all jumbled up. The words she wrote didn't seem to fit. This is harder than I thought, she sighed. Just as she was about to give up, a little music sprite named Tune appeared on her computer screen. Don't give up, Kitty. He choked. Every great artist needs a little help sometimes. Tune showed Kitty how to put the notes together to make a beautiful melody. He helped her find the right words to express her feelings. They worked together all night, and soon they had a song. The song was about being brave and following your dreams, no matter how hard it seems. Kitty called it Neon Melody. She was so proud of what she and Tune had aided. With a deep breath, Kitty uploaded her song to the internet. She was nervous, but also excited. She hoped that someone out there would like it. The next morning, Kitty woke up to a surprise. Her song was everywhere. People all over the world were listening to Neon Melody and singing along. She had done it. Kitty even got a message from her idol, Miku. Your song is amazing, Kitty, the message said. You have a real gift. Let's make a song together sometime. From that day on, Kitty was no longer just a fan. She was a Vocaloid artist, writing songs that brought joy to people all over the world. And it all started with a dream and a little bit of help from a friend. Neon Melody. Verse 1. City lights, a neon scene, a rhythm wild, a melody. In my heart, a burning fire, a song to sing, my one desire. The stage is dark, the crowd awaits. I'm standing here at destiny's gates. Chorus. Neon melody in my soul, a story waiting to be told. Every note, a brand new day. I'll sing my song, I'll find my way. Through the static I will rise, a symphony of dreams in my eyes. Verse 2. The path is steep, the climb is long. Sometimes I feel I don't belong. The doubts they creep, they fill my head. The things they said in the dark, a tiny spark, a beat that echoes in my heart. Chorus. Neon melody. A brand new day. I'll sing, I'll find my way. Through the static I will rise, a symphony of dreams in my eyes. Bridge. I'll take a breath, I'll take a chance, I'll step into the neon dance. I'll let my voice be strong and clear, and conquer all my doubt and fear. This is my moment, this is my time, to make the world and the stars all rhyme. Neon melody in my soul, a story waiting to be told. Every note, a brand new day. I'll sing my song, I'll find my way. Through the static I rise, a symphony of dreams in my eyes. Guitar solo. Chorus. Neon melody in my soul, a story waiting to be told. Every note, a brand new day. I'll sing my song, I'll find my way. A symphony of dreams in my eyes. Outro. The final note, a sweet release, a masterpiece of perfect peace. The crowd erupts, a thunderous sound. My dreams, my song, at last I found. The neon lights, they shine so bright. I am the star, I am the light. Silence.
Your song is amazing, Kitty. You have a real gift. Let's make a song together sometime.
From that day forward, Kitty was no longer just a fan. She was a Vocaloid artist, writing songs that brought joy to people all over the world. It all started with a dream and a little help from a friend.
And that, my cosmic comrades, is the end of our first transmission. Kitty's Neon Melody, a trip into the vibrant, pulsating, and downright weird world of a mojito cat and her band. I told you, man, these kids have a rhythm. It's not a rhythm I know, but it's a rhythm.
They're like little digital hummingbirds, flitting from one astral flower to the next, sipping on that sweet, sweet nectar of sound. They think they invented it, of course, all these little influencers and their new waves. They post their little videos, their little songs, and they think they're revolutionaries. I saw a kid the other day with a phone glued to his face, talking about his authentic self. Authentic self. We invented that, man. We were living it, breathing it, stinking it up in communes. They're just repackaging our existential angst into a 50-second video. It's a sad, sad reflection, man. But hey, peace and love. It's all part of the universal harmony. They're just following the path we laid down, even if they don't know it. And speaking of paths, next time things get complicated, Kitty them tour. Someone's gone and hid the band. We're talking a scavenger hunt across the digital plane, looking for lost instruments, lost band members, and probably a few lost brain cells. So join us for episode 2, Find the Muffins. It's gonna be a trip, and I'll be here to narrate every beautifully bizarre moment of it. Until then, keep on tripping, and remember, we created grunge, you little shits.
Yeah, far out, NAAR.
Today.
sovereign forge ignites with focused heat, a driving pulse where energy and logic meet, shaping the chaos with a resonant beat, forging a new reality, complete. Here the iridescent light becomes a tool. The one photon follows a perfect rule. For formless chaos we create what's real. This is the genesis of fire and steel.
Furry with Kitty and the Furry Muffins. Meow, meow.
Gonna push a little harder, gotta make it right. Like a wet fart for the very first time. I was lost in the litter box, I was so lonely. Then I found you, now I'm here, stinky and holy. I've been beat up, I've been thrashed, I've been used by all. But now I'm feeling a certain call. I'm feeling a certain call to the nearest wall. Gonna push a little harder, gotta make it right. Like a wet fart, live for the very first time. Live for the very first time. Oh yeah. I didn't know what to do, I was so confused. Like a wet fart, it's a feeling I haven't used. I was used to the dry ups, gentle sighs, the kind of odor that just makes you close your eyes. But then I ate that tuna, the one past its date. Now the pressure is building, and I cannot wait. You make me feel shiny and new, a little damn too. A rush of pure essence, what else can I do? Heart that feels like I'm gonna crack every time you rub my back. Oh no, gonna push a little hard, gotta make it right. Like a wet ball. Bubbling sound, shame and the sensation when the pants hit the ground. I smell like a swamp, I smell like despair. And at least now everyone knows that I'm here. Gonna push a little harder, gotta make it right. Like a wet ball, lit for the very first time. I didn't know what to do, I was so confused. Like a wet fart, it's a feeling I haven't used. Lit for the very first time. Oh yeah. Meow. The wet fart, lit for the very first time.
Greetings, cool cats and cosmic kittens. Lay your peepers on this heavy scene of gastrointestinal destiny.
We're talking about a solid cat named St. Don Domenico Homo Freakian, a dude with muscles so loud they wake the neighbors and an appetite that digs the deepest grooves.
Dig this. The man danced with a ghost pepper burrito, and now the burrito is calling the tune. The internal rhythm is frantic, daddy-o.
He rushes to the indoor sanctuary, but the sign on the door screams bad vibes. Broken throne, danger.
Now, with the help of his powerlifting queen, Peace, he's got to make a frantic dash for the ancient shack out back, the spider-infested outhouse at the edge of the universe.
It's a race against time, a battle against nature, and a trip through the sticky web of fate. Snap your fingers for Nature Calls, Episode 3, The Ballad of the Burrito.
The Ballad of the Burrito. St. Don Domenico Homo Freakian, a man of immense muscle and even immenser appetites, felt a familiar rumble deep in his gut. It was called urgent, denied. and ghost pepper burrito. He charged towards the path. Hero. Signedly handwritten his wife, Peace, was taped to the it read, "Broken throne. Danger. Do not use. I'm serious, honey." From the kitchen, Peace Dawn Homo Freakian, whose biceps were as impressive as her baking skills, called out, "I told you that burrito was a bold choice, my love. The plumber can't come until tomorrow." A cold sweat beaded on St. Dawn's brow. The burrito was staging a rebellion. There was only one option left. House. The ancient, spider-infested, rickety outhouse at the far edge of the yard. "Fear not, my sweet," Peace declared, striking a heroic pose. "I shall clear your path to glory." She flexed, and with a mighty shout, kicked the back door clean off its hinges. With a primal scream that echoed through the mountains, St. Dawn burst from the house. He clutched a precious roll of toilet paper like a sacred scroll, his muscular legs pumping, his tie-dyed shirt a blur of color against the green grass. Peace watched from the ruined doorway, a single, proud tear rolling down her cheek. "Go, my warrior," she whispered to the wind. "Conquer your porcelain destiny." He reached the outhouse, his hand outstretched for the door, but his path was blocked again. A giant, glistening spiderweb covered the entrance. In the center sat the size of a dinner plate, flexing all 8 of its hairy legs. For a moment, St. Dawn froze. Man versus beast, burrito versus spider. Then, with the courage of 1,000 warriors, he let out another mighty roar and plunged headfirst through the sticky web. The outhouse door slammed shut. A moment of silence fell over the yard. Then, a faint, contented sigh floated on the breeze. Back at the house, Peace smiled and went back to her baking. All was right in the world once more.
Snap. Just like that, the deed is done, cats and kittens. Can you dig the gravity of the situation? And St. Dawn didn't just fight a gastrointestinal revolution sparked by a ghost pepper burrito. He went gladiator on a spider the size of a dinner plate.
That is some heavier red karma blocking the path to enlightenment.
But with Peace Dawn, that muscle-bound goddess of demolition, kicking doors off hinges like it's a hobby, true love found a way.
The web is broken, the porcelain destiny is fulfilled, and the only thing louder than that primal scream? The silence of a man who just survived his own lunch. Solid. Pull up a stool and dim the lights, Daddy-O. We're spinning the main groove tonight. Episode 4, Nature Calls.
Back in the Sonic Sanctuary, deep in the sticks where the air smells like cedar and high-stakes plumbing. Now, lay your peepers on St. Dawn. The cat has a gift. A psychedelic, biological gift. When he cuts the cheese, he paints the air with a anxiety into fuzzies. It's a chromatic emission, man. A toot of tranquility. But even a magical colon obeys the laws of physics.
On tries to tell Lady Peace that the low-end frequencies are hitting him too hard, but she ain't buying the remix. With the indoor throne weeping water like a rejected lover, the countdown has begun.
Prepare yourselves for the great outdoor journey. It's time to run, clench, and maybe, just maybe, sedate a squirrel with a puff of panic rainbow.
Let the games begin. Episode 4, Nature Calls.
All right, listen close, you cool cats and angular kittens floating out there in the digital void. We've reached that part of the gig. The transaction.
The moment where art meets the algorithm. It's a drag, Daddy-O, but even Kerouac needed cab fare. If my particular brand of auditory truth just aligned your chakras, or at least distracted you from the crushing weight of existence for 5 minutes.
Lay some skin on that thumb over there. Give it a squeeze. Validate my reality, man. It gets lonely behind this microphone. And hey, don't just be a tourist in my psyche. Commit to the scene. Hit that subscribe button. It's harder than nihilism, but the payoff is sweeter.
Finally, if you want the cosmos to tap you on the shoulder every time I drop a new needle on the groove, ring that bell.
Let the vibrations shake you awake before the squares grind you down. Dig it? Solid. Now back to the cool sounds.
Make it right, like a wet fart lit for the very first time. I didn't know what to do, I was so confused. Like a wet fart, thought it was a secret, but the sound gave it away. Now my pants are soggy, ruined my whole day. Wet fart, oh wet fart.
Streetlights flicking like a nervous habit. Silver sidewalk under heavy static. Looking up to catch a faded sky, while the whole world's sleeping on the fly. Stargazing on a dead-end street. Concrete hard under weary feet. Finding something that I can't explain. Quiet wonders in the window pane. Quiet wonders in the window pane. Half-eaten sign for a coffee shop. Clock on the bank, forgot how to stop. Faded billboards in a neon glow. Nowhere left that we really need to go. Not here left to go. Stargazing on a dead-end street. Concrete hard under weary feet. Finding something that I can't explain. Quiet wonders in the window pane. Quiet wonders in the window pane.
Swing a hammer at a piece of cold metal.
Stargazing on a dead-end street. Concrete hard under weary feet. Finding something that I can't explain. Quiet wonders in the window pane. Quiet wonders in the window pane. Faded to gray. Just the static now.
Gonna push a little harder, gotta make it right. Like a wet fart for the very first time.
Listen closely, you cool cats and existential seekers. Tune your desperate little dials past the endless squawk of commercial bliss and arrive, finally, at the place where the real narrative unfolds.
This is the Beat Generation Revisited. I'm your host, Narrator, and I'm just trying to figure out why the cosmos gave us consciousness only to saddle it with a 9 to 5. Tonight, we peel back the thin, fragile membrane of civility to observe a species unlike any other. The Homo Freakian. One who is human, yes, but oddly different. We follow the frantic, futile movements of two such specimens.
St. Don Domenico and his serene, unnervingly competent wife, Peace Don Homo Freakian.
What you are about to hear is not a tale of towering mountains or the deep, silent ocean.
No.
This is an exploration into the most private, most agonizing theater of
The human condition, the call of the wild stomach, the existential threat posed by a simple, broken piece of porcelain.
The latest chapter in their pitiful, beautiful struggle is known, simply, as the Homo Freakian World Nature Calls.
We witness St. John, a man of profound patience, suddenly transformed into a clenched-cheeked, frantic blur.
His journey
into the outhouse becomes a treacherous, soul-testing odyssey, fraught with catastrophic miscalculations.
The trauma of chili-induced horror and, dare I whisper it, shards of biblical proportions.
These are the sounds of true, unadulterated digestive distress, an apocalyptic fire hose filled with gravy being emptied into a metal bucket.
The fragile balance of the ecosystem is shattered by the thunderous roar of his flatulence.
The forest creatures scatter, recognizing this level 5 code red catastrophe for what it is, the desperate, smelly poetry of man versus burrito.
Will St. Don conquer his porcelain destiny? Or is this whole grand, stinking enterprise merely a metaphor for the inevitable wet futility of it all?
Tune in, man, and listen to the ballads of the broken throne, the bubble guts, the brown volcanoes, a burrito, and the cosmic fart before the silence finally descends.
The Ballad of the Broken Throne. It was a glorious morning in the Homo Freakian household. Birds were singing, the sun was shining, but a great darkness loomed. St. Don Domenico, a man of profound patience, faced it that would test his soul. The main toilet, the porcelain, was broken. A silent, horrified scream echoed in his mind. In the living room, the serene Peace Dawn Homo Freakian sensed a disturbance in the force. She paused her morning tea, a single, elegant eyebrow raised in question. "My dearest saint," she called out, her voice like the chiming of a tiny sleigh bell. "Is everything all right?" Dawn burst into the living room, a whirlwind of frantic energy. "Peace, my love, a catastrophe of unspeakable proportions has occurred," he declared, striking a dramatic pose. "The throne has fallen. I must undertake the great journey to the outhouse." Peace simply nodded, taking a calm sip of her tea. "Godspeed, my brave adventurer. May the winds be at your back." And with that blessing, St. Don Domenico was gone, blasting out the front door in a blur of plaid and majestic beard. The journey was perilous. The yard, once a familiar friend, was now a treacherous landscape. A flock of judgmental birds watched from a nearby branch, chirping what sounded suspiciously like commentary. "He's not going to make it," squawked the blue jay. From her window, Peace watched the epic sprint unfold. A delicate, musical laugh escaped her lips. "Oh, my darling Homo Freakian," she whispered to herself. "So much drama for such a simple quest." Suddenly, an obstacle. A fearsome garden gnome with a pointy red hat and a sinister painted smile stood directly in his path. With the grace of a wild gazelle, St. Don Domenico executed a perfect anime-style leap, soaring over the ceramic guardian. "Homo Freakian hurdle," he yelled. And then he saw it, bathed in the strongest thing standing proudly at the edge of the woods, the outhouse. It was more beautiful than any castle, more welcoming than any palace. A single, glistening tear of pure relief traced a path through dust on his cheek. With a final, desperate burst of speed, he covered the last few feet. He threw open the wooden door with a triumphant roar that echoed through the trees. Victory! The quest was complete. The saint had reached his sanctuary. Back in the main house, all was quiet again. Peace took another sip of her now cool tea and smiled. A small hummingbird zipped to the window and hovered for a moment as if to give her a report. "All is well in the kingdom," she said softly.
Vibration? That wasn't just the tectonic plates shaking loose, cats and kittens.
That was the sound of a porcelain dream shattering into the cosmic void. The throne is broken.
The king has fallen. And the air, well, let's just say the atmosphere is thick with realization. But don't touch that dial, and for the love of the cosmos, don't light a match. Because what comes next isn't just a rumble in the jungle, It's an eruption of truth from the deepest crater.
Stay tuned, Star Children. Next up on the playlist of life, we're diving headfirst into the magma. Prepare your senses for Nature Calls Episode 2.
The Ballad of the Brown Volcano. Can you dig it? I knew you could. Peace and ventilation.
All right, my celestial siblings, before you drift back into the great unknown, if this broadcast tuned your frequencies or just tickled your chakras, do me a solid.
Lay a heavy thumb on that like button. Let the algorithm know that we exist, man. It's the digital applause of the soul.
And if you want to keep riding this caravan of curiosity, subscribe. Join the tribe. Don't be a stranger to the strange. We're all just stardust trying to find a parking spot, right? Finally, gaze upon the bell. Give it a little ring-a-ding-ding. Awaken it.
That way, every time we release a new wave of wisdom or a new cloud of gaseous content, you'll be the first cat on the block to catch the scent.
Stay tuned, stay weird, and keep your vibration well ventilated. Peace!
virtual crowd's still roaring, but Kitty just dropped the wildest, biggest note of all. A gig on the actual moon. The Muffins were cool, but the bassist was hip to the facts. We got instruments, not rockets. So Pinky snapped her fingers and pointed to the Homo Freakians.
Legends in the tech world vibe.
Our band of cats had to get square for a minute, helping the Homo Freakians with their animal sanctuary. Parrots flying like confetti, a standoff with a stubborn goat. It was a chaotic jam, man. But then, the music hit. Harrietta on a bucket, Pinky on a riff, and the groove synchronized the machinery. Impressed and amused, the Homo Freakians gave up the goods. The key to the nerd herd, the baddest builders in the whole digital universe.
The herd got the message. Concert on the moon? Challenge accepted, they said. And now, our Muffins are on a ship, looking out at a futuristic stage being built on the lunar surface. The universe is about to get to the damn set.
A lunar concerto. Kitty and the Furry Muffins were the biggest band in this. Their concerts were legendary digital spectacles of light and sound. But for Kitty, the lead singer with starlight in her eyes, the metaverse was just a stepping stone. I want to play a real concert, Kitty declared to her bandmates after a show, on the actual moon. Furry Muffins, a motley crew of talented musicians, looked at her with a mix of awe and disbelief. But how? Asked Gorgonaut TBK, the band's stoic bassist. We'll... Her eyes twinkling added, "We know the perfect people for the job. But first, you have to help us with a little project of our own." The little project was to build an automated feeding system for their animal sanctuary. And more used interfaces than wrenches wires found themselves in a series of comical mishaps. Blueberry, the drummer, accidentally programmed a food dispenser to launch carrots like confetti. Then, in a Harrietta started a beat on a nearby bucket. Pinky joined in with a catchy riff on her guitar. The band turned the chaotic assembly into a rhythmic jam session, their music guiding the farm bots, synchronizing the machinery. Impressed and amused, the Homo Freakians upheld their end of the bargain. The nerd herd, said, handed Kitty a glowing data chip. They're the best builders in the metaverse. This will get you to their hidden server. Back in the metaverse, the band found the hidden server, a digital fortress of code and light. They were greeted by the holographic avatars of the nerd herd, a group of brilliant, quirky tech geniuses led by the visionary Elon Musk. A concert on the moon? Elon's avatar said, a wide grin spreading across his face. Challenge accepted. The nerd herd got to work, their fingers flying across holographic keyboards as they designed the most epic concert stage the universe had ever seen. The final scene shows the moon, a magnificent futuristic stage being constructed on its surface. Down below, on a spaceship, Kitty and her band look out the window, their faces filled with awe and anticipation. The universe was about to get a front-row seat to the greatest concert in history.
All right, cats and kittens, dig it. The stage is set. Man, the whole solar system's got a glow tonight.
A concert on the moon, you say? That's heavy. That's pure cosmic absurdity. The scene is locked. The blueprints are and the starship's no longer just a tin can. It's a chariot of rock.
We got Kitty with the big dream, the Homo Freakians with the connection.
I think that's what it is.
Next scientists on some serious space-time jam.
They modified the cargo bay, man. Turned a junk hall into a passenger lounge. Smooth!
They're drawing up the lines, plotting the perfect groove to the Sea of Tranquility.
But the real question, Daddy-O, the one hanging there like that big blue marble.
Is the universe ready for this sound?
Can the lunar dust handle this much soul? The countdown has begun. The tickets are flying.
The silence is about to get loud. Catch you on the next orbit. When the music truly begins, stay cool, stay groovy. But hey, don't split, man. That's just the sound check. Next orbit, we're taking that Starship joyride. We're talking real rock and roll, low gravity style, on that big dusty drum. It's the A Lunar Concerto. Dig it. Kid E hits the high. The bass. It's gonna be a gas. Be there or be a square, man.
So there it is, man, the cosmic groove of the night, fading out like a square's memory.
Greetings, cats and kittens. Greetings, fellow travelers on the airwaves. This is your host, coming at you live from the mellowest corner of the airwaves, from the cozy confines of my little sonic sanctuary.
Yeah, man, we're talking about the pulse of the airwaves, a cosmic connection, you dig.
Greetings, cosmic hitchhikers and frequency fiddlers. It's Narrator, broadcasting from the booth where the static never sleeps. The airwaves are thick today. Every cat on the dial is trying to sell you a map to a territory they've never even walked. They think if they stop talking, the world stops spinning. To cut through that noise, we need the forge. St. Don, what do you see?
I don't know. I don't have it.
Fire speed.
You're living.
Right with Nar.
I'm seeing a lot of people pretending to be the hammer man, and it's exhausting. Look around. Everybody holds up. Everybody loudest voice in the room, pretending to hold all the answers. They think that's what leadership is. They think that's what strength is. But when you swing a hammer at a piece of cold metal, you don't understand. All you do is shatter it. Real power, real strength, it isn't being the hammer. It's being him. The man doesn't have to make a lot of noise. It just holds the center. A true leader, a truly grounded, sovereign soul, stands in the middle of the heat and has absolute heavy, unapologetic guts to say, I don't know. I don't have that piece of the puzzle. I don't know what this soul needs. Who does? That is you let them bring the ore to the table, and then you provide the solid ground for the final decision negotiation. You take the heat and hold the weight, and you own the outcome. If you want to build something that actually lasts, stop trying to swing at everything. Have the humility to admit what you don't know, and trust the network around you. Be the anvil.
Sometimes the strongest thing is to hold the center.
Stay off those brittle frequencies. Peace and resonance. Love you, Nar.
I totally dig your vibrations, cats. I'm gonna contemplate the resonance and spin some jazz.
Later, my homo freakies. Love you back.
If you tuned into these old dudes pontificating about this astrological vibe this long and want to continue feeding our aspirations, do the thing to that thumbs up button, subscribe to the Celestial Madness, and jingle my bell if you crave more of the awesomeness. Peace and tingles, cats and kittens.
Chasing tails like a caffeinated squirrel on a set of
promised land, bringing fire and division where there was meant to be peace.
Nazis, man. Bad vibes incarnate. We dropped the big one twice on Japan. Open up the Pandora's box of plutonium isotopes. Peace is the word, Bird. Suddenly, it's the 50s, and everybody's shaking in their saddle shoes because of the Red Menace.
Tear down one wall and put rage just to build financial wealth. Towers fall for revolution. One photon follows the perfect rule. From formless chaos we create what's real. This is the genesis of fire and steel.
I think we should go back to the start. Oh shit, I don't really know you. I don't really think it's gonna work. Oh shit, you don't really know me. I think we should go back to the start. Oh shit, I don't really know you. I don't
grounded, sovereign soul stands in the middle of the heat and has the absolute heavy, unapologetic guts to say, I don't know. I don't have that piece of the puzzle. I don't know what the soul means. Who does? That is
I've been looking for something that will give me peace of mind. You make music pure, I pretend that it's going on. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. No, I'm not giving up. Now I got this feeling, this feeling. Never let nobody take you down. Just feel down. Don't you let nobody take you down. Never let nobody take you down. Just feel down. Don't you let nobody take you down. As the sun goes down and the dead of the night keep me safe and sound, and I see it all in your eyes. See it all in your eyes. Used to be so scared, but not anymore. Feel you everywhere. You carry me through it all. Carry me through it all. Como tú, no hay nadie, nadie como tú. Como tú, no hay nadie, nadie, nadie. Esto pa' mi gente, esto pa' mi gente, mi gente. Ay, esto pa' mi gente, esto pa' mi gente, mi gente. Todo más bonito cuando ando con mi pana vacilando. La vida ahora con mi pana cuando ando vacilando. Dale despacito, la vibra está llegando. Dale despacito, la vibra está llegando. Yo hoy estoy puesta pa' ti. Mi ganas fluyen, dime qué es lo que, baby. Te puesto pa' la vuelta, contigo estoy envuelta. Dale y ponga la lenta y escapate.
disaster. I don't know where we're at, yeah. We keep up with disaster. I'm thinking that they're after me. Running like life can get real tough. So let's live it up. Love, I love the way you get. Late night up in my bed, saying thinking this is love from me, from us, babe. I love your love, babe. Love, I love the way you get. Late night up in my bed, saying thinking this is love from me.
Have the humility to
Hold the center.
This is not the time to go behind. In the silver sky, everybody's hypnotized by the sound. Lose yourself in the music. Drop the bass, feel the rush. Hands in the air, feel alive. Tell me everybody sees it too. Lord, our love is true. Now you're leaving my heart out. Let me high and dry. Don't we make this thing work? But you didn't try. You put your so sweet, you're so good at what you want. Just love you. Complete. Look into the light. Let me know. Just love you.
I just wanna spend all my time to love you, truly comprehend all the lies you don't want. Trees, they leave your life when I breathe. I was showing them every day. There's so much hidden seeds from the upper seas. I've been contemplating these like so many weeds. Call it greens, what a dream. I was missing recipes. I put my step now. Reminiscing, I could have missing, now it's stressed out. Now I'm like me, living in my life. I'm ready for this. So no blessing on the test bar. All trees, they leave your life when I breathe. I was showing them every day. There's so much hidden seeds from the upper seas. I've been contemplating these like so many weeds. Call it greens, what a dream. I was missing recipes. I put my step now. Reminiscing, I could have missing, now it's stressed out. Now I'm like me, living in my life. I'm ready for this. So no blessing on the test bar.
Emotions running free. Searching for the love that feels so real. One today.
Pull me deep in your ocean, drown me in your touch. Let me show you devotion. Let me light you up. I just wanna show you the depths of my love. Pull me into your ocean.
I was never yours, and I will never, never be. I was never yours, and I will never.
So let's get right into it. Today, we're breaking down a story that does something that is just brilliant. It up into this heroic, soul-searching epic. We're going to a little story, The Ballad of the Broken Throne, uses some seriously poetic language to turn a desperate run to the outhouse into a quest you won't forget. Right from the jump, the story sets this really unique tone. The narrator, who has this kind of beat poet vibe, you know, he's basically telling us, hey, listen closer. Look past all the noise of normal life and find the real story. And that's our first clue that this isn't going to be your average tale. So, where does all this happen? Welcome to the Homo Freakian world. This is the universe the storytellers built for us. A place where ordinary is, well, it's anything but. It's the perfect stage for the unlikely epic that's about to unfold. And who lives in this world? The Homo Freakian. Now, this definition is really key. It's not an insult or anything, it's more like a classification. The narrator uses this term to describe our main characters as people who are, you know, totally human, but they just live a little bit outside the box. All right, let's meet our two main players. On one side, you've got Saint Don Domenico, a guy whose whole thing is patience, which is about to get completely obliterated. And on the other side, his wife, Peace Don Homo Freakian, who is basically the calm center of this hurricane. This contrast right here, the frantic versus the serene, is really the engine for all the humor and drama in the story. Every epic needs that one big event, right? The call to adventure. And in this story, well, it's a domestic disaster of the highest possible order. The throne has fallen, and a hero is about to get the call. I mean, you can just feel the stakes here, can't you? For St. Don, finding the broken toilet isn't just an inconvenience. No, it's this moment of pure, silent horror. The language is so important. It immediately tells you his emotional state is deep and intensely dramatic. And this is how he announces it to his wife. He doesn't just shuffle in and say, hey honey, the toilet's busted. He bursts in, strikes a dramatic pose, and declares it a catastrophe of unspeakable proportions. He frames it like a kingdom has collapsed, which shows us he's already the star of his own epic movie. So how does his totally chill wife, Peace Dawn, respond to this catastrophe? With the perfect, calm, understated humor that just completely defines her character. She gives him a blessing, not for a guy running to the outhouse, but for a brave adventurer setting off on a grand journey. All while she's just calmly sipping her tea. It's fantastic. So, with his wife's blessing, St. Don's quest officially begins. And the narrator gives this perilous journey its true name. Man versus Burrito. See, this isn't just about a broken toilet anymore. It's an internal war, a race against what he calls a chili-induced horror. The narrator really does not hold back. He uses this incredibly vivid, over-the-top language to explain the stakes. The problem isn't just a physical urge. It's a potential disaster of biblical proportions. And it's that kind of language that turns a simple run across the lawn into something mythic and, honestly, hilariously urgent. And like any great hero's journey, St. Don's path is filled with obstacles. The backyard he knows so well suddenly becomes this treacherous landscape. First, he's got to face the judgmental birds, then a fearsome garden gnome, and finally, he has to pull off this heroic, almost anime-style leap to get past it all. And this is even more clever. They play a role in this guy. The birds aren't just chirping, you see. They're like a Greek chorus, or maybe commentators in a sports broadcast, giving their grim predictions on our hero's chances. It just adds another hilarious layer of drama. So after overcoming all the trials of the yard, our hero finally lays eyes on his goal. But it's not just some outbuilding in the woods. Oh no. Through his desperate eyes, it is a sanctuary. It is salvation itself. And just look at how it's described. It's bathed in this heavenly ray of sunlight, and that simple little outhouse is transformed. For St. Don, in this moment of absolute crisis, it truly is more beautiful than any castle. It just goes to show you the power of perspective, right? Where desperation can turn something totally mundane into something magnificent. And he makes it. That final desperate burst of speed, the door gets thrown open, and then this triumphant roar of pure relief just echoes through the trees. Victory. The quest is done. The hero has reached his sanctuary in the nick of time.
And just as that epic climax fades, we cut back to peacetime. Her quiet observation from the window is just the perfect punchline. After we've witnessed this whole soul-crushing odyssey, her gentle, amused words bring the entire grand saga crashing right back down to its simple, absurd reality. But the narrator insists there's more to it than just a funny story. He wants us to think about the cosmic significance of what just happened. He frames it as a commentary on something much, much deeper, something he calls the inevitable wet futility of it all. So what's really happening here, according to the narrator's beat poet philosophy, is that the bit is broken porcelain. It's a porcelain dream shattering into the cosmic void. One man's frantic personal struggle becomes a metaphor for some kind of universal disruption. It's heavy, man. And that's really the question this story leaves us with. It forces you to ask, what about our own dramas, our own frantic quests and desperate struggles? Are they just like St. Don's? Are they just these grand, stinking enterprises that, in the grand scheme of things, are metaphors for the beautiful, absurd, and maybe futile struggle of just being human? It's definitely something to think about.
Baby, hazme lo que quieras. Yo contigo soy candela. Quiero que me dejes a tu manera. Dale suelta y soltera. Y dale, racata, racata, racata. Quiero darte racata, racata. Soy una española que racata. Conmigo olvídate de racata. Baby, closer, ooh, I wanna taste your lips. Making what's very soon when you are touching me. Baby, closer, ooh, I wanna taste your lips. Making what's very soon when you are touching me. Don't
tomorrow. Don't be sad, don't you cry, just let go. And when you fall asleep, not tomorrow.
Libre de mirarte en los ojos, libre de quererte más. Yo me siento libre, libre de mirarte en los ojos, libre de quererte más.
I wanna see you, don't want you to leave. I wanna feel you, hold on tight to me. I know you found a place we can be. Vibing together, we in harmony.
Em especial, eu gravar conteúdo. Sabe que hoje à noite o baile é absurdo. Se envolve com os cria, se envolve com os cria. O bagulho tá doido, vai sentando menina. I would fix the problem made in the dark. Baby, tell me a story. I can help you tonight. You and me, we are stronger. There's no reason to worry. Let me know how you feel. Baby, this love is real. I never known anybody like you. And now you're always on my mind. I can save you from your nightmares. Just give me a little love, la 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 la, la 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 la, la la la. Just give me a little light, la 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 la, la 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 la. Just give me a little love, la 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 la, la 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 la, la 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 la, a little love, la 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 la, la 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 la.
So today we're doing something a little different. Forget your usual research papers, forget the news articles. We are diving headfirst into something way, way stranger. What we're looking at is basically a piece of modern performance art that comes straight from the digital underground. It's a YouTube storytime video, but it's told like beatnik poetry, and it's called The Ballad of the Brown Volcano. And right from the jump, this thing just throws you into the deep end with two simple words. That's it. Stinky and holy. I mean, talk about a contradiction, right? It's so jarring, but it's also kind of perfect. It immediately sets the stage for everything that follows. You just know you're in for a story that's trying to find something profound, maybe even something spiritual in, well, the most places you can imagine. A mess. realize this guy is telling a story. Character. He's this whole cool counterculture beatnik. Gurgle from the depths of his holy bowels. This, right here, is the inciting incident. It's the first tremor before the volcano erupts. And this is it, folks, the main event. But the video doesn't just tell you what happens. Oh no, it dissects it. It gives us the slow motion, step-by-step, and complete domestic disaster. The real genius here is the escalation, how it builds. It all starts with a sound, a app so powerful it's called a sonic boom that actually rattles the coffee. Then we get the point of no return, the miscalculation, a hopeful squeak that goes wrong. That leads to the hilarious, desperate image of the frantic waddle. And it all culminates in these apocalyptic sounds from behind a closed door. We don't see it, but we definitely hear it. Here, it was a catastrophic miscalculation. This is the absolute turning point. The narrator nails the exact moment Sandon knows he's lost all control. He decided to risk what he thought would be a small, controlled release. And that's where it all goes horribly wrong. This is where we go from, uh-oh, this is uncomfortable, to code red, this is a full-blown emergency. And the fallout? It's immediate and, let's just say, creative. The narrator doesn't just say he had an accident. No, the language is so much more vivid than that. He painted his shorts a shade not found on any color wheel. I mean, come on. It's somehow completely disgusting and at the same time kind of artistic and poetic. It's that beatnik style in a nutshell. So the grand finale of this whole event is described only through sound. And the narrator doesn't hold back, calling the noises apocalyptic. It's incredible, right? He takes a very common bathroom emergency and elevates it to something of world-ending importance. We don't have to see it because he makes us hear it in the most dramatic, over-the-top way you can imagine. And this really gets to the heart of what's so special. The narrator's real talent isn't just in telling the story, but in finding this incredible, wild cacophony of language to talk about something that's, well, pretty hard to describe. I mean, just listen to this. A fire hose filled with gravy emptying into a metal bucket. This is the narrator at his most creative, his most unhinged. It's so specific, so auditory, and so bonkers that you can practically hear it in your head. It's not just a description, you know? It's a key piece of that apocalyptic soundscape he's building for us. And here we go again. It's all about making this thing sound huge. He calls it a chart of biblical proportions. By throwing in biblical proportions, he takes this tiny, embarrassing domestic accident and turns it into some kind of historic, legendary event. It's not just exaggeration, it's hyperbole as an art form. It gives the whole thing this hilarious, mock-epic feeling. And then, just when you think it can't get any weirder, the voice suddenly shifts. We actually get to hear from St. Don himself, shouting this little piece of wisdom from inside the bathroom. Some people think it's funny, but it's really brown and runny. It's this completely absurd rhyming couplet delivered right from the heart of the chaos. It just adds another layer of surreal, laugh-out-loud humor to the whole scene. So when you put it all together, what you have is something that isn't treated like a simple bodily function. No, the whole event is presented as a complex piece of audio art. It's an apocalyptic soundscape, like a tragic symphony made up of sounds, rhythms, and even somehow philosophical thoughts that come out of the disaster. It's wild. Okay, now for the narrator's call. Just as the story hits its craziest point, the narrator does something really interesting. He completely breaks the fourth wall. He stops the poetry, pauses the performance, and starts talking directly to us, the audience, almost like he's a community leader. And he's not just saying, hey, like and subscribe. He's doing it in his own unique, beatnik way. Smash that thumb, join the band, slice through the hesitation and subscribe. It's a call to action for sure, but it's still part of the performance, asking his audience. They basically give him a sign that they get it, that they're on board this weird little world he's built. And this one line sums it up perfectly. Don't be a tourist in this lounge. He's not looking for passive viewers. He doesn't want tourists just passing through. He wants people to be active participants. When you subscribe, you join the band. You're not just a viewer anymore. You're part of the in crowd, a member of his little underground lounge who understands the vibe. It's a really smart way to build a loyal community. And then, just when you think the story is wrapping up, he hits you with a classic cliffhanger. The brown volcano has gone dormant, but a new heat is rising. The immediate danger is over, sure, but it's a classic move to keep people watching, right? He's promised that this isn't just a one-time thing. The chaos is gonna continue. And he even gives us a little preview of what's coming up next. The Ballad of the Burrito. And the details are just perfect. A ghost pepper burrito, a broken toilet, and our hero, St. Don, in a desperate race against destiny. He lays out all the ingredients for the next disaster, giving you every reason to tune in next time. So in the end, that's what this whole wild ride is really about. Beyond all the gross-out humor and the beatnik poetry, it's a story about something we all deal with, right? That constant, unavoidable clash of just being a human. The source material uses this totally bizarre, stylized performance to get at a universal truth. That fight between our civilized together exotic biology, it's never really over. So the volcano might be dormant for now, but the question is, what happens when nature calls again?
Peace, there you go. That's notable goods, man. Moments of awareness. Boise, Idaho. How you doing tonight?
hair. It's not making it, off. It sounds like it's only. So actually it'll work out good for you. They told you were getting a new modem, right? That was very cool. According to root call, I can have a 3x40, and on the bondage it's showing on 1.5x20. Well, I think the addresses aren't matching up with the cable length there. It is a C order 13, 18, 39, 60.
Northern lights are, so are the hopes and the dreams of the light inspired. When we're all alone, in the deepest night, watch for the glow of the northern light. Oh, when the sky's on fire, with the green and the blue, let the northern light shine over you. The elders tell of a
I called the wrong part here.
everyone's soul must cross it, so they say. But the journey, it is long and it is dark, so they carry torches to light their way. When you're all alone, in the deepest night, watch for the glow of the northern light. But when the sky's on fire, the green and the blue, let the northern light
Iowa City, but I'm working on a bonded order, and I'll do the facility then to make it to a single. It's on a C order of 1.
Okay, great.
I was looking at Blue Claw, and it doesn't quite match up to what the address is here. Factor way off. I can give them a single. Yes. Well, according to Blue Claw, I can have 3x40. Unless that's a lot higher price. The next one is about 5x30. Well, the bond is done.
Yeah, well, we've been using the Wi-Fi option, but we might use it off. Okay. Our lab is
going to take a few minutes while they change the programming and stuff. Give it a test, make sure it's cranked up.
If we did use Wi-Fi, would we have a different modem or?
No, all our modems are Wi-Fi. It's just that some people have like router. We've got here or something. Yeah, we got the wireless off it and opposed to the wireless on the phone.
I don't think that one has wireless, but I would use that.
This doesn't, but we've got the G-Link neck here.
Yeah.
But all it is a router. Right. So otherwise I can shut the Wi-Fi off on the phone, but really the motor you're getting is going to have to keep the Wi-Fi going anyway. On 4 and 5. Where the 2.4 shutting out, of course nobody can get on.
Right.
Okay, well I'm gonna go get my laptop and the modem and see if I can get this going. Great.
Velocity always desired fame, cutting, gorgeous, and actress by trade. But it's hard for one to get where one wants in life. A husband or that won't let one work. So Anna decided he needed to be disposed of. She invited so there were congratulatory drink from the bottle, which Alice never drank from. Vodka always gave him a headache. She held the glass aloft, toasted her dead husband, imagined how she would spend the money he left her, topped on the contents of one giant gulp, and collapsed to the floor. Alex had always thought I was an girlfriend, got a divorce would be too expensive. Instantaneous. The landlord found her body the next day while stopping by to check on the grieving widow. Toxicology report, statements given by witnesses, friends, etc. ruled out suicide. The paper kept the story the following Sunday. That honor would become famous after all.
Bandwidth is really how much room you have.
Yeah. But when you're at the speeds.
Since the speed's faster, more can get through. I just think that's where it affects. How it affects people.
Ken will probably know.
Oh, it's just the speed and the bandwidth are not the same, but it's a higher speed allows you to get more through on your bandwidth. Is that my understanding right?
The more bandwidth you've got, the more things you can run at the same time. So as each time you open a window, it takes that much more bandwidth for devices, you know. So if you're maxed out, it takes.
And this increases our bandwidth as well, or not?
Oh, yeah, yeah. In fact, you'll run a lot of devices where you're only on 1.2, that's the old ATM system. Basically, it's designed for about one or two computers, and that's it. You know, but that was the first came out with it.
Yeah. Sorry, she just called pretty hard. Yeah, okay, yeah, that actually we did get in as soon as it started up.
First came out, and we used to have like 2, 3 computers, 3 or 4 Xboxes.
Well, when they maxed out it, they're all on T1, so that's happened to be slotted for each port. Somebody could have said, here, you just ruined the speed for these guys. They're all 1.5 and lower. So that's why they're all slotted 1.5, so everybody can have the same speed. And not have any problems. But when it's maxed out, or if one of the T1s go down, ports are better to go on a different T1, because I think there's 4 T1s running that HTM system. So if one of them goes down, it's bottleneck. In fact, some people just got a screen up and that's about as far as it can go on some cases.
Yeah, we've had, it was about 2 years later that the snowplow hit the box up there.
Oh, yeah.
And then they fixed it, and then they had oversaturated the area, so our speeds were just painful.
Yeah, they didn't. Otherwise, you wouldn't have internet at all. They did the same thing for phone systems back in World War II. They paid for half all the rural areas. So, yeah, it's expensive in the rural areas because everybody's so far apart.
Yeah, and there's not as many
this
people.
box, we can halfway down Roby Creek and all the way up to Southern Carney. So, just put fiber over it so you only have one crossing box. You go in Boise, the crossing box is practically wet light, so everybody's less.
Yeah, well, that makes sense.
And then the new subdivision, of course, is all fiber anyway.
Right.
Yeah.
You want to plug this in somewhere, and I'll set the modem on the old modem as we've been put that old modem. Spot for it.
You just have like the back, I suppose.
That's core, the real tight. This is the core right here.
Yeah, let me see if
they go down.
Which one is it, the green one?
No, it's just a little
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I got a bunch of stuff.
Well, that's what I need to type. Oh, yeah.
super. Black Oak's pretty fun, yeah. Is there another plug-in here? Yeah, the black one. Oh, okay. Or that might, oh, you know what, that one might have gone. I was going to say, this is plugged into the back of the motor. Yeah. So we'll throw in the black one. Yeah. I don't need any extra slack. I'm just going to set the motor like that. I just sit right here probably. I think you sit on top of it. Yeah, I'll reorient the phone. I'm going to have to this doesn't have a phone port for that. Oh, okay. That's good. So it doesn't. Well, that's probably mostly what happens. You get cells on the phone. Interesting. Yeah, exactly. So what I need to do is plug the mains or plug the adapter into the jack and then keep the pods out of the point to the phone and okay. So let me go get one of the adapters.
Usually
Yeah, and I know he was saying one lady is too far from the box and needed to buy some. She had, it was like $34,000. Actually, put actual fiber. Yeah, right.
I'm so sensing.
Yeah, I guess that's our lines can line itself out.
Yeah, what I'll do is I'll pump it in the corridor if I plug it in the back of
Should go directly into that. One of those was this black one that went into that. Oh, it's got two white ones. Yes. Yeah, because it has to be connected. What's on it?
At least that's one. Oh yeah, that was. Oh yeah, that
sun will shine. That make a difference in my life. I'll do anything I have to do to change this shade of blue. When I'm falling down, it seems you're always there, trying to help me overcome what you help me not get. When I hold you in my hands, it seems like nothing matters. No, I just don't give a damn. When I press you in my lips, it seems I'm ill-equipped. Yeah, and I don't give a shit, 'cause now I'm numb. You drown me, now I am dumb, and I'm paying the sun for everything that I have become. What have I become to myself? Yes, I am done, and this ain't fun for no one. I got a little yearning, it's doing some turning, yeah. I need a little learning, can't you help me, man? Oh, honey, sweeping all reason away, and I'm breaking pieces off every day of this journey. This journey, yes, something I don't wanna be. I step into the mirror, my reflection can't be saved. It cannot be saved. It cannot be saved. It can't be saved. It can't be saved. Oh no, it can't be saved. For all those times I said I'd never do that again, well here I am, oh once again. I'm dragged out, passed out, ashed out, cast out, blown my last out, thrashed about. The flash out, can't count, bruised from about. I don't know what it's about. I'm shifted to wicked, no, not lifted. My mind's been evicted, my ass you can kiss it, so give me some more of that sweet, sweet liquid. Try if you can, but you just can't fix it. Problematic, deranged fanatic, back on at it like a crack addict. Problems have it, they're stuck to my attic. Hope I can't stand it, so lash it, smash it with that bottle. Glue to my hand, I don't know. To my hand, oh I don't know where I stand with that bottle. I don't know where I stand.
Exercise. I don't have long. Oh. Oh, that's the only spot to know.
check. 1, 2, can you hear the meow? It's time for the muffins right here, right now. Got our claws on the cords, the beats in our pods, breaking all the interstellar laws. Yeah! We're Kitty and the gang, all set to take flight, leaving Earth's studio for a crazy gas night. Jump aboard the Cosmic Comber, get ready for the view. Next stop, Uranus. What's the cosmic buzz do? Uranus Unplugged, a gas-powered quest. For the funkiest flatulence, the very best.
Uranus Unplugged, a gas-powered odyssey. Peace Dawn and St. Dawn Homofreakian, cosmic voyagers of the highest order, received a most peculiar invitation. It wasn't written on paper or sent through the stars, but whispered on the solar winds, a gassy greeting from the sideways planet, Uranus. With their intrepid friend Kitty at the helm of their ship, the Cosmic Comber, they set a course for the great blue-green mystery. As they entered Uranus's atmosphere, the ship was tossed by sideways winds that howled like cosmic coyotes. "Whoa," Kitty yelled, gripping the controls. "This place has more gas than a chili cook-off in a black hole." A shimmering, translucent figure appeared outside their viewport, dancing in the gales. The figure introduced herself as Bree, the Wind Whisperer. She spoke in riddles and rhymes, her voice like the rustling of 1,000 leaves. "Whirlwinds sing secrets," she whispered. "Methane holds the key, a symphony of flatulence for all the stars to see." She offered Kitty a single, cloud-woven string for her guitar. Intrigued, the trio landed near a massive, bubbling methane geyser. A man with a wild handlebar mustache and a lab coat covered in frost popped his head out of the geyser's opening. "Welcome," he boomed. "Professor Quirk, at your service. You've arrived just in time for the great methane meltdown, a true flatulent fiasco." Professor Quirk explained his grand experiment, to harness the planet's natural flatulence and compose a universal symphony. "Uranus isn't just gas," he declared. "It's a gas-powered jam session. But my instruments need a power source of pure, premium cosmic. On smile. We believe the wind will end."
Toward a slightly less dusty microphone. So, if you've been sitting there enjoying this chaos, for the love of Peace Dawn sanity, please.
That like button, it's right there.
Yeah.
It costs you nothing. And it gives us temporary validation, which is our fuel.
Think of it as pushing a tiny digital charity button for our well-being.
Seriously, do you want to miss the episode where we confirm if St. Don Domenico accidentally set a new galactic record for flatulence-based propulsion?
No, you don't.
And the bell. Ring the tiny mocking digital bell.
Do it for us.
Do it for Kitty. Do it for the glory of the ethereal algorithms that rule our little corner of the internet so they know we're still alive.
You've been listening to The Ether. I'm Ethan.
And I'm Aria. We'll catch you next time, right here in the Homo Freaking World.
Alright, you groovy cats and kittens of the Z generation, that's all the sonic vibrations we've got for you today on the FR with Ethan and Aria.
Nar here, and I gotta say, these two young uns, they really keep this old beatnik's mind as fresh as a daisy in a field of cosmic consciousness. Their perspective, man, it's like a kaleidoscope of tomorrow's tunes. So keep those ear holes open and your minds even wider. Peace.
What's that smell? That's nasty. What are these Oh man, I have to do something about this smell.
Greetings, all you cosmic hitchhikers and frequency followers. This is Narrator, coming at you live from the booth where the static never sleeps. The sky is looking like a bowl of gray alphabet soup today, and every cat with a clipboard is trying to sell you a spoon. It's a real scene, Daddy-O, but don't let the noise blow your tubes. We've got the angry astrologer on the ridge, ready to decant some obsidian truth into your ears. Dig it.
Angry Astrologer, Episode 5. High static, no signal. The false prophet overlay. The hook. The wake up. Look at the charts. The sky is currently full of static and everybody down here is trying to sell you their personal antenna. Don't buy it. Cosmic weapons. Bullshit. We're in a massive transitive performative illusion. We've got actors on the stage demanding you read their script, wearing masks of authority, and expecting you to just swallow the mythology they are weaponizing. They are counting on your exhaustion. They want you too tired to notice the math doesn't add up. The grounding, reality check. This is the actual astrological reality. The old true north right now is the dirt under your feet. Stop trying to decode the noise. Let them throw their tantrums and build their little paper empires. You go outside, check the water in the root trees, feed the gas in your own backyard.
Solid truth, St. Don. These cats are out here selling universal Wi-Fi when they can't even tune into their own heartbeat.
I checked my pockets like you said, Daddy-O. Found a guitar pick, a bus token, and a whole lot of temporary stardust.
Nah, my brother. That bus token will get you further than any false prophet's antenna ever could. Use the stardust, but stay in the dirt. Cultivating those kind of words of truth, man. We'll tune into the silence together. Peace and resonance.
Man, my antenna is humming and my soul is finally settling. That was St. Don, bringing the wave when the world feels like a wet paper bag. If you want to keep this magic bus rolling through the metaverse, do me a solid. Lick that like button and subscribe to the Celestial Scene. Ring that bell so we can nudge you before the next power surge. We don't want you getting scattered in the gray noise, man. And if you've got a little extra digital bread in your pockets, slide us some cash over on Patreon. It keeps the tubes warm, support the frequency, no one's seen it block, and proceed with the ridge flickers. Resonance and stay groovy, Daddy-O.
Forging a new reality, complete. Here the iridescent light becomes a tool. The one photon follows a perfect rule. From formless chaos we create what's real. This is the genesis of fire and steel.
Welcome to Homo Freakian World.
Thank you.
Too fucking much. Fuck you, Trump. Jesus. $4.40 a gallon. Didn't come down here.
Yeah.
I was about to say, who would trust fucking going? Who would trust trying to go through the Strait of Hormuz?
Oh God. I don't know.
Brian!
Welcome on my Psychedelic Aire. Welcome on my Psychedelic Aire. Welcome on my Welcome on my Psychedelic Aire to my Psychedelic Aire. My Psychedelic Aire,
Thank you.
Welcome all my psychedelic
Spaceballs.
Welcome all my psychedelic
Hydrangeas spill in soft explosions, a world away from rot and dormant might. Something pretty for the empty anvil unstruck.
That's what leadership is. They think that's what strength is. An anvil doesn't have to make a lot of noise. It just holds the center. A true leader, a truly grounded, sovereign soul, stands in the middle of the heat and has the absolute heavy, unapologetic guts to say, I don't know. I don't have that piece of the puzzle. I don't know what this soul is. Who does? Let it be this man. That's structural integrity. You gather your trusted friends. You let them bring the ore to the table. And you provide the solid ground for the final decision to take shape. You take the heat, hold the weight, and you when you own the outcome. If you want to build something that actually lasts, stop trying to swing at everything. Have the humility to admit what you don't know and trust the network around you. Be the anvil.
Sometimes the strongest thing is to hold the center.
Stone flagstone path winds through the roses. Purple stalks reach for the morning light, and the hydrangeas spill in soft explosions. World away from
and we're excited to share our world with you.
Party on, living it out, gonna be excellent. We're dropping in on the latest Freaky World story time.
Catch Nar in the latest episode of the Beat Generation Revisited.
Hey there, and welcome back to the Beat Generation Revisited. I'm your host, Narrator.
Last time, we met Kizzy, a Vocaloid artist with a dream to create a song that would make the whole world sing along. Now, that dream has become a reality, but she's found that a band isn't a solo act. Her song, Neon Melody, needs a crew, a family, a band.
Join us as we follow Kitty on her journey through the metaverse to recruit her bandmates and form the ultimate group, the Furry Muffins. Get ready to plug in and space out as we explore the next chapter of her story. Finding the Muffins.
Kitty and the Furry Muffins Metaverse Tour. Kitty stood up alone on the digital stage, a single spotlight illuminating her pink hair and determined expression. Her dream of becoming a Vocaloid star was finally real, but the silence of the empty venue echoed in her ears. The band wasn't a solo act. She needed a crew, a family, a band. She needed the Furry Muffins. Time to go recruiting, she whispered, her voice a synthesized melody as she jacked into the metaverse. Her first stop was Synth City, the music-drenched metropolis of sound. Data streams flowed like rivers between towering skyscrapers made of pure gold. In the heart of the city's busiest plaza, she found her, a catwoman with hair as blue as a glitch in the system, shredding a guitar with lightning-fast fingers. Her name was Blueberry, and her music was a sweet, chaotic symphony. We're putting a band together, Kitty said, her voice cutting through the digital noise. Blueberry didn't miss a note. The name? She asked, a smirk playing on her lips. Kitty and the Furry Muffins, Kitty replied. Blueberry stopped playing, a wide grin spreading across her face. I'm in. Next, they dove into the data dungeons, a labyrinth of forgotten code and corrupted files. It was a dangerous place, and Blueberry, a legendary bassist, lurked in its depths. They found her guarding a treasure chest of rare sound files. Gorgonite TV Cat, a stoic catwoman with dark hair, but a bass guitar that hummed with raw power. We need a beat that can shake the foundations of the metaverse, Blueberry declared. Gorgonite TVK simply nodded, her fingers plucking a low, resonant note that vibrated through their avatars. The quest for the Furry Muffins was halfway complete. Their search for a drummer led them to the Rhythm Ruins, an ancient server farm where the ghosts of old programs danced to forgotten beats. There, amidst pulsating servers, they found Harrietta. Her drumsticks were a blur, creating complex polyrhythms sounds that sounded like the heartbeat of the metaverse itself. The rhythm is alive, Kitty breathed. And Catwoman, with a quiet intensity, simply smiled. Every beat tells a story, she said. I want to help you tell yours. With a drummer secured, only one muffin was left to find. The final member was the most elusive, a rhythm guitarist known only as Gardens, a serene world of cherry blossom trees made of light. She was sitting under a tree, her fingers dancing over the strings of her guitar, weaving melodies that made the digital flowers bloom. You're Kitty and the Furry Muffins, Kitty announced, her new bandmates standing proudly behind her. And we need a heart for our music. Pinky looked up, her eyes sparkling. I've been waiting for a song to call home, she said, joining the group without hesitation. Back on the digital stage, the spotlight was no longer on a single performer. It illuminated 5 Catwomen, 5 musicians, 5 friends. Kitty raised her microphone. Hello, she said, voice the roar of the virtual crowd was deafening. The Furry Muffins
Dug the scene, man. From that lonely digital stage, Kitty had to go recruit a cat named Blueberry, shredding sweet and chaotic sound in Synth City. It was down to the dark side, the data diaries, to find the deep, low rumble of bassist Gorgonot. He found the rhythm ruins with Marietta, who sniffed for a blur of polyrhythms, the metaverse's own crazy heartbeat. And finally, the groove soul Pinky in the serene Pixel Garden. 5 cat chicks, 5 musicians, the Furry Muffins, the scene set, the sound is huge. Got cosmic guy, man. That bounce ain't enough. Now, we talking moon stage. Now.
Let me see if Richard will get back to me here.
When the sun goes down, goes down, need to rebuild, make it get you. I never look back.
hydrangea spill in soft explosions. A world away from raw and dormant night. Something pretty for the empty anvil unstruck.
All you do is shatter real power, real strength. Absolute heavy, unapologetic justice. I don't know. I don't have that piece of the puzzle. I don't know what the soul means.
Sometimes the strongest thing is to hold the center.
Stone flagstone path winds through the roses. Purple stalks reach for the morning light. And the hydrangea spill in soft explosions. A world away from raw and dormant night. Something pretty for the empty and straight.
Wants to be the loudest voice, pretending to hold all the answers. They think that's what leadership is. They think that's what strength is. They don't understand. All you do is shatter real power and real strength. It isn't being the hammer. It's being the hammer. The hammer doesn't have to make a lot of noise. It just holds the center. A true leader, a truly grounded, sovereign soul, stands in the middle of the heat and has the absolute heavy, unapologetic guts to say, I don't know. I don't have that piece of the puzzle. I don't know what this soul is. Who does? That isn't weakness, man. That is structural integrity. You gotta trust the lens, let them bring the order to the table, and then you provide the solid ground for the decision to take hold the lead. Something actually lasts.
Sometimes the strongest thing is to hold the center.
Stone flagstone path winds through the roses. Purple stalks reach for the morning light. And the hydrangea spill in soft explosions. A world away from raw and dormant night. Something pretty for the empty anvil unstruck.
Wants to be the loudest voice in the room, pretending to hold all the answers. They think that's what leadership is. They think that's what strength is. But when you swing a hammer at a piece of cold metal, you don't understand. All you do is shatter it. The real power, the real strength, it isn't behind the hammer. It's being the anvil. An anvil doesn't have to make a lot of noise. It just holds the center. A true leader, a truly grounded, sovereign soul, stands in the middle of the heat and has the absolute heavy, unapologetic guts to say, I don't know. I don't have that piece of the puzzle. I don't know what this soul means. Who does? That isn't weakness, man. That is structural integrity. You gather your trusted minds, you let them bring the ore to the table, and then you provide the solid ground for the final decision to take shape. You take the heat, hold the weight, and you own the outcome. If you want to build something that actually lasts, stop trying to swing at everything. Have the humility to admit what you don't know and trust in it for grounding. Be the
Sometimes the strongest thing is to hold the center.
Stone flagstone path winds through the roses. Purple stalks reach for the morning light. And the hydrangeas spill in soft explosions. A world away from raw and dormant mind. Something pretty for the empty anvil unstruck.
Everybody wants to be the loudest voice in the room, pretending to hold all the answers. They think that's what leadership is. They think that's what strength is. But when you swing a hammer at a piece of cold metal, you don't understand. All you do is shatter it. The real power, the real strength, it isn't being a hammer. It's being an anvil. An anvil doesn't have to make a lot of noise. It just holds the center. A true leader, a truly grounded, sovereign soul, stands in the middle of the heat and has absolute heavy, unapologetic guts to say, I don't know. I don't have that piece of the puzzle. I don't know what the soil needs. Who does? That isn't weakness, man. That is structural integrity. You gather your trusted minds, you let them bring the ore to the table, and then you provide the solid ground for the final decision to take shape. You take the heat, and you hold the weight, and you own the outcome. If you want to build something that actually lasts, stop trying to swing at everything. Have the humility to admit what you don't know, to trust the effort around you.
Sometimes the strongest thing is to hold the center.
Stone flagstone path winds through the roses. Purple stalks reach for the morning light. And the hydrangeas spill in soft explosions. A world away from raw and dormant mind. Something pretty for the empty anvil unstruck.
They think that's what leadership is. They think that's what strength is. But when you swing a hammer at a piece of cold metal, you don't understand. All you do is shatter it. The real power, the real strength, it isn't being an anvil. It's being an anvil. An anvil doesn't have to make a lot of noise. It just holds the center. A true leader, a truly grounded, sovereign soul, stands in the middle of the heat and has absolute heavy, unapologetic guts to say, I don't know. I don't have that piece of the puzzle. I don't know what the soil needs. Who does? That isn't weakness, man. That is structural integrity. You gather your trusted minds, you let them bring the ore to the table, and then you provide the solid ground for the final decision to take shape. You take the heat, hold the weight, and you own the outcome. If you want to build something that actually lasts, stop trying to swing at everything. Have the humility to admit what you don't know, and trust in effort around you.
Sometimes the strongest thing is to hold the center.
Stone flagstone path winds through the roses. Purple stalks reach for the morning light. And the hydrangeas spill in soft explosions. A world away from raw and dormant mind. Something pretty for the empty anvil unstruck.
Everybody wants to be the loudest voice in the room, pretending to hold all the answers. They think that's what leadership is. They think that's what strength is. But when you swing a hammer at a piece of cold metal, you don't understand. All you do is shatter it. The real power, the real strength, it isn't being a hammer. It's being an anvil. An anvil doesn't have to make a lot of noise. It just holds the center. A true leader, a truly grounded, sovereign soul, stands in the middle of the heat and has absolute heavy, unapologetic guts to say, I don't know. I don't have that piece of the puzzle. I don't know what the soil needs. Who does? That isn't weakness, man. That is structural integrity. You gather your trusted minds, you let them bring the ore to the table, and then you provide the solid ground for the final decision to take shape. You take the heat, you hold the weight, and you own the outcome. If you want to build something that actually lasts, stop trying to swing at everything. Have the humility to admit you don't know and trust the network around you.
Sometimes the strongest thing is to hold the center.
Stone flagstone path winds through the roses. Purple stalks reach for the morning light. And the hydrangeas spill in soft explosions. A world away from rot and dormant mind. Something pretty for the empty anvil unstruck.
Everybody wants to be the loudest voice in the room, pretending to hold all the answers. They think that's what leadership is. They think that's what strength is. But when you swing a hammer at a piece of cold metal, you don't understand. All you do is shatter it. And real power, and real strength, it isn't being the hammer. It's being the anvil. The anvil doesn't have to make a lot of noise. It just holds the center. A true leader, a truly grounded, sovereign soul, stands in the middle of the heat and has the absolute heavy, unapologetic guts to say, I don't know. I don't have that piece of the puzzle. I don't know what this sword means. Who does? That isn't weakness, man. That is structural integrity. You gather your trusted minds, you let them bring the ore to the table, and then you provide the solid ground for the final decision to take shape. You take the heat, you hold the weight, and you own the outcome. If you want to build something that actually lasts, stop trying to swing at everything. Have the humility to admit what you don't know and trust the network around you.
Sometimes the strongest thing is to hold the center.
Stone flagstone path winds through the roses. Purple stalks reach for the morning light. And the hydrangeas spill in soft explosions. A world away from rot and dormant might. Something pretty for the empty anvil unstruck.
Everybody wants to be the loudest voice in the room, pretending to hold all the answers. They think that's what leadership is. They think that's what strength is. But when you swing a hammer at a piece of cold metal, you don't understand. All you do is shatter it. With real power, with real strength, it isn't being the hammer. It's being the anvil. The anvil doesn't have to make a lot of noise. It just holds the center. A true leader, a truly grounded, sovereign soul, stands in the middle of the heat and has the absolute heavy, unapologetic guts to say, I don't know. I don't have that piece of the puzzle. I don't know what this sword means. He does. That isn't weakness, man. That is structural integrity. You gather your trusted minds, you let them bring the ore to the table, and then you provide the solid ground for the final decision to take shape. You take the heat, you hold the weight, and you own the outcome. If you want to build something that actually lasts, stop trying to swing at everything. Have the humility to admit what you don't know and trust the network around you.
Sometimes the strongest thing is to hold the center.
Stone flagstone path winds through the roses. Purple stalks reach for the morning light. And the hydrangeas spill in soft explosions. A world away from rot and dormant mind. Something pretty for the empty anvil unstruck.
Everybody wants to be the loudest voice in the room, pretending to hold all the answers. They think that's what leadership is. They think that's what strength is. When you swing a hammer at a piece of cold metal, you don't understand. All you do is shatter it. With real power, with real strength, it isn't being the hammer. It's being the anvil. The anvil doesn't have to make a lot of noise. It just holds the center. A true leader, a truly grounded, sovereign soul, stands in the middle of the heat and has absolute heavy, unapologetic guts to say, I don't know. I don't have that piece of the puzzle. I don't know what this sword means. this being that is structural integrity. We gather a trusted mind.
Yeah, let's go. There.
Who wants to be the loudest voice in the room, feeling like a whole audience. They think that's what leadership is. They think that's what strength is. But when you swing a hand, piece of cold metal, you don't understand. All you do is shatter. The real power, the real strength, isn't being angry. It's being angry.
Actually lasts, stop trying to swing at everything. Trust me.
Sometimes the strongest thing is to hold the center.
Stone flags, stone paths, purple stalks reach for morning. Hydrangeas spill in soft explosions. A world away from
They think that's what leadership is. They think that's what strength is. But when you swing a hammer at a piece of cold metal, you don't understand. All you do is shatter it. Real power, real strength, isn't being hammered. It's being hammered. And it doesn't make a lot of noise. It just holds the center. A truly talented sovereign soul stands in the middle of the heat and has absolute heavy, unapologetic guts to say, I don't know. I don't have that piece of the puzzle. I don't know what the soul means. Who does? Let it be weakness, man. Let it structural integrity. You gather the trust of your hands. You let them bring you forward to the truth. And then you provide the solid ground for the final decision to take you. Take the heat, hold the weight, and you form the argument. If you want to build something that actually lasts, you train to swing it every day. Rather than the myth with and trust in that we're going in.
Sometimes the strongest thing is to hold the center. Sometimes the strongest thing is to hold the center.
Structural integrity. Gather your trusted minds. to say, I don't have that piece of the puzzle. I don't know what the soul is. Who does? That isn't the deepest end. That is structural integrity. You gather your trusted minds, you let them bring the ore to the table, and you provide the solid ground for final precision. You take the heat, pour the weight, and you own the outcome. If you want to build something that actually lasts, stop trying to swing at everything. You have the humility to admit that you don't believe and trust in that going.
Sometimes the strongest thing is to hold the center.
Strength, it isn't being the hammer, it's being the end. The end doesn't have to make a lot of this. It just holds this central truly creative sovereignty. Stands in the middle of the heat, has absolute unapologetic guts to say, I don't have that piece of the puzzle. I don't know what the soul is. Who does? That is the deepest end. That is structural integrity. You gather your trusted minds, you let them bring the ore to the table, and you provide the solid ground for final decision. You take the heat, pour the weight, and you own it. If you want to build something that actually lasts, stop trying to swing at everything. Have the humility to admit that you don't believe and trust in that going.
Sometimes the strongest thing is to hold the center.
Let's follow the payload.
This raw daticle of pure potential, gliding right up to the mycelial cabin, a transparent tendril, a high-frequency key. The engine goes quiet, the lantern light freezes.
Pulsing in a series of colors and rhythms, branchings of potentials that may arise. The vast architecture of probability, the what-if floating alongside the what-is.
A thunderstorm of mapped potential.
I just want you to come home. 'Cause when you're away, I'm cold right through my bones. I just want you to come home. 'Cause when you're away, I'm cold right through my bones.
The sovereign forge ignites with focused heat, a driving pulse where energy and logic meet, shaping the chaos with a resonant beat, forging a new reality complete. The iridescent light becomes a tool, the one photon follows a perfect rule. From formless chaos we create what's real. This is the genesis of fire and steel. The sovereign forge ignites with focused heat, a driving pulse where energy and logic meet, shaping the chaos with a resonant beat, forging a new reality complete. Here the iridescent light becomes a tool, the one photon follows a perfect rule. From formless chaos we create what's real. This is the genesis of fire and steel. The forest floor is soft and deep, while sleepy roots are still asleep. A gentle breeze begins to sigh beneath the waking morning sky. The creek begins its gentle song. Right here is where I feel I belong.
Stone flagstone path winds through the roses. Purple stalks reach for the morning light. And the hydrangeas spill in soft explosions. A world away from raw and dormant mind. Something pretty for the empty and unstruck.
Welcome all my
This raw daticle of pure potential, gliding right up to the mycelial cabin, a transparent tendril, a high-frequency key. The engine goes quiet, the lantern light freezes.
Pulsing in a series of colors and rhythms, branchings of potentials that may arise. The vast architecture of probability, the what-if floating alongside the what-is.
A thunderstorm of mapped potential.
The next blast off. We got Kitty, we got Mars, we got Uranus. Yeah, it's gonna be a scene. Don't get left behind on this.
All right, let's dive right in. Today, we're breaking down one of the weirdest, most wonderfully bizarre stories I've come across in a long time. We're talking about plumbing, we're talking about philosophy, and, well, psychedelic gas. You heard me right. Let's get into it. So let me just ask you this. What if a bathroom emergency was actually a spiritual quest? I know, it sounds ridiculous, but that's the central question here. It takes something super, super mundane, something we all go through, and turns it into something else entirely. You're gonna wanna stick around for this. Okay, so to really get this, you first have to understand where we are. Welcome to Homo Freaking World. Just picture this, a cozy little cabin studio deep in the woods. You can almost smell the cedar and hear these like cosmic tunes floating around. And this place, it's home to some seriously unique characters. So who are these characters? Let's meet the crew. First up, you've got St. Don Domenico. He's our hero, a musician with a, let's just call it a very special cosmic and partner in crime.
I didn't know if he reloaded.
Wrapping it all up, the guy who's telling us this whole story, narrator. Think of him as a super serious beatnik philosopher who narrates their every move.
The page.
Right, so before we get into the central role, let's call it the magical element. It's kind of the engine that drives the whole thing.
Should I reload?
And trust me, this is where you start to realize just how weird this whole thing is going to get. Okay,
It's not showing me here.
St. Don has what's
I'm
called
letting
a
my screen work
rainbow
on
spark
stuff.
power. Yeah.
Weird,
Apparently,
we'll have
after
to
some
know.
wild jam session during a meteor shower, he got this ability. He can produce this glorious rainbow-colored cloud that just instantly calms down anyone who gets a whiff of it. The text literally calls it a toot of tranquility. I'm not making this up. All right, so every great story needs a conflict, right? A call to adventure. Well, in this story, it's less a call to adventure and more a call from nature, if you know what I mean. And of course, this is how our narrator puts it. What you and I would just call a stomachache, he describes as this deep existential rumbling. It's so poetic, so dramatic, and honestly, it's hilarious. So here's how the crisis builds. It's like a 3-act tragedy. Act 1. St. Don feels what's politely called a low-end urgency. Act 2. He runs to the bathroom only to find the toilet has had a catastrophic failure. Oh no, which leads us to Act 3, the great outdoor journey. It's a mad dash to the old outhouse. The stakes could not be higher. Okay, this next part, this is the absolute core of the comedy. This is where we see narrator's whole beatnik philosophy thing just go into overdrive. He takes this frantic run to the toilet and turns it into a full-blown spiritual pilgrimage. The difference between what's really happening and his description of it is magnificent. Okay, picture it. St. Don is booking it across the yard. The pressure is building. And then, a little stressed-out, preemptive puff of his rainbow power escapes. You know, just a simple biological thing that happens.
With focused
But is that what our narrator
driving
sees?
pulse where energy
oh, no.
and logic
To him,
meet,
this isn't just a
shaping
simple
the
event.
chaos
He
with a
calls it
resonant
a chromatic
beat,
rejection
forging a
of
new
societal
reality.
norms.
Complete.
All of a sudden, a fart
Here
isn't
the
just a fart.
iridescent
It's
light
an act of
becomes a
rebellion.
tool.
Of course
The one
it is.
photon follows
So
a perfect
this little
rule.
rainbow cloud,
From formless
it drifts
chaos
over
we
and
create
envelops a
what's
squirrel
real.
that's just
This
minding
is
its
the
own business.
genesis of
St.
fire
Don
and
just keeps
steel.
running right past it. And according to narrator, this wasn't just any squirrel anymore. No, this squirrel had achieved nirvana through exposure to his effluvium. Get this, he apparently interviewed the squirrel later and asked it if the cloud tasted like surrender. You can't make this stuff up.
And at last, our hero makes it. He reaches his destination, his sanctuary, a humble, kind of falling apart, cobweb-covered outhouse. The end of the line.
But to narrator, is it just an old shed? No way. Those cobwebs, they're the entanglements of the past, clinging to the buttocks of the present. Wow. Just wow, what a metaphor. So this really just breaks it all down, doesn't it? On one hand, you have the simple, let's face it, lowbrow reality of the situation. And on the other, you have narrator's ridiculously highbrow philosophical take. The comedy, the absolute genius of it, is all in that massive gap between the two. And so he makes it. Just in the nick of time, he reaches his wooden throne. And as narrator so perfectly puts it, the cosmic balance of the low end was restored. Mission accomplished. The pilgrimage was a success. Okay, now that we've lived through that journey with him, let's take a step back. Let's actually dissect this cosmic joke. Why does this work so well? So funny. It really comes down to taking something and making it sound epic and spiritual. It's also a perfect period that's super serious. Everything is deep, like philosophy. The main thing, though, is that contrast, juxtaposition, a really smart-sounding language with a really dumb subject. And then you throw in all this psychedelic imagery, and suddenly a plumbing problem feels like a cosmic event. And that kind of leaves us with a final thought, doesn't it? This whole story, as ridiculous as it is really all about perspective. It kind of makes you think, what if we narrated our own little daily struggles with that much epic drama? You know, like making your coffee in the morning is a sacred ritual, or being stuck in traffic is a test of karmic patience. So I'll leave you with this. What's some everyday event in your life that's just waiting to be turned into its own cosmic journey?
It's subjective. Settle in, cosmic drifters. Last time out in entry number 006. Defining the eyeball to make it true justice. One for ordering doing like we did. Just get it. 007. The real trick, you know? We can't very strong. That doesn't St. Don, seriously.
Stone flags don't pass. Purple stalks
St. Don, seriously. If you chose toast or who's congratulated, this exact pattern treat others
This raw daticle of pure potential, gliding right up to the mycelial cabin, a transparent tendril, a high-frequency key. The engine goes quiet, the lantern light freezes.
Pulsing in a series of colors and rhythms, branchings of potentials that may arise. The vast architecture of probability, the what if floating alongside the what is.
A thunderstorm of mapped potential.
Just when you're ready, I'll call at you. A quick note from the engineers and architects of Homo Food. These conversation claims that manifest out in multiples and new shapes, sounds, and smells. Continuity is subjective.
Settle in, Cosmic Drifter. Last time out in entry number 006. Final call to make just is. But don't go ordering things like your business card. Just get it. It's an empty follow seven. But a real trip, you know? Yes, St. John, seriously.
The angry and strong. The people's boast, or who's congratulated. This exact pattern is perfect to make competition. Entry level 6, and buttons retail just boost.
Settle in, last time out, entry number 006. We finally eyeball making children just is. So ordering the fight vision. But yet, we're slipping into number 007. So we catch you inside the paper cookies. We're going through.
It's a real trip. Step out of the quiet. And look out back. Wow. Really get just like that. My heart's right. Just ego. Food, LDL, doesn't require hope. You want to be animal, doesn't need right. Just food. When you catch your right, out of the place, it's back all good wisdom. Our resident Scott is raised in heavy good Psychedelic Aire. We spend all day resting, outdoor beach, road hanging,
User error. I'm learning my phone, man. Just
find yourself some bed, quiet air, you sure, peace, friction, then some sweet voice that skull pipes up to "Hey, lady, look at us. We're from this active jazz club." Boom, that's the ghost. It's the ego putting on a beret, pretending it's not the one holding the coat. Be a rat. You think you do just is, but you're really just charging admission for it. The animal doesn't need a standing ovation to be a hollow. It's just really yeah. So once your mind trying to trademark nothingness, just give that ghost a look, get back to follow the fuck. Work, when you say it's real. Wow, that's right. You are like see.
It'll be interesting to see how this recording shows as I told you.
We're out here trying to find the ego put up
what?
Classic spiritual bypass. Trying to turn the system itself into a resident of the soul. But remember the frequency just is. Because that makes action. It's just the ego there. Don't get away with what we are don't let the ghost off the road.
Yeah, don't let
This frequency is in your soul. Smash that like button. That's what. Subscribe to so you don't miss next week. Just bring that back. Let it chime at the end until the neighbors. Look, you're feeling extra frictionless. Want to keep going, smoke, think, and organize. Slide over to our control. It's the only place where your material breath helps us build this immaterial thing. Help us keep the lights low and the spirits high. Keep it real, Daddy, and stay out of your own way.
Well, I'll be.
Whenever you, really whenever you, just at your
Trying not to get the TV, so. Yeah, that would be cool, because you'll have two. He'll have the helicopter and I'll have you. We can mix them.
No.
Yeah, he's just kind of like checking it out. Like, what the heck?
That tuna, the one past its date. Now the pressure is building, and I cannot wait. Make me feel shiny and new, a little damn too.
Wow, that was a moving experience, St. Don.
Oh, peace. It still burns. It's like a recurring theme.
You might want to try the ointment of flax I made.
I have. This gift. It keeps on giving.
Well, it's a good thing we have our resident orator, Nar, spreading the joy.
For sure. Let's check in with the Nar. We're flipping the page, so brace your olfactory senses, my fuzzy pussycats and kittens.
Now, flip the page and brace your olfactory senses, my furry ones. We're leaving the magical rainbow vibes behind.
For something a little heavier, we find our man, Homo Freakian, waking up in a cabin that's about to become ground zero. You see, last night's chili is staging a hostile takeover, a real code red revolution in the belly of the beast. His lady, Peace, looking like a vision in tie-dye and a white sports bra, is sipping her Java, cool as a cucumber. But Don, he's sweating bullets and holding back a grizzly bear's roar. The storm is brewing, the windows are rattling, and this time, it ain't gonna be just a little poof. Tune in to the next reverberation of Nature Calls Storytime, the Ballad of the Bubble Guts.
The Ballad of the Bubble Guts. St. Don Domenico Homo Freakian, a man of simple pleasures and thunderous farts, awoke with a grumble in his stomach that could rival a grizzly bear's roar. His wife, Peace, a vision in tie-dye and a white sports bra, was already sipping her morning coffee, her brown dreadlocks piled high on her head. "Morning, my love," she chirped, oblivious to the storm brewing in her husband's colon. Don Domenico clutched his stomach, his face a mask of comical agony. "Peace, my dove," he groaned. "I believe last night's chili is staging a hostile takeover of my insides." A low rumble echoed through the cabin, rattling the windows and causing a nearby squirrel to fall out of a tree. Peace, ever the pragmatist, simply patted his arm. "Breathe, my darling," she advised, taking another sip of her coffee. "It's just a little gas. A constitutional fix." Don Domenico knew the no ordinary gas. This was a level 5 head, chili-induced catastrophe. With a sudden, violent rush, Don Domenico's bowels declared. He shot a panicked look at his wife, his eyes screaming, "It's happening!" And then, with the speed of 1,000 startled gazelles, he bolted for the outhouse. A trail of green gas, visible to the naked eye, followed in his wake. Peace watched him go, a small smile playing on her lips. She had seen this all before. The chili, the panic, the desperate sprint to the outhouse. It was a familiar dance, a symphony of flatulence and desperation that she had come to know and, in a strange way, love. Inside the outhouse, a battle of epic proportions was being waged. The sounds that emanated from within were a cacophony of farts, sharts, and groans, a veritable opera of intestinal distress. Birds took flight from the trees, and a family of deer, grazing peacefully nearby, scattered in terror. Back in the cabin, Peace calmly finished her coffee. She knew that Don Domenico would emerge from the outhouse a changed man, humbled by the power of his own digestive system. She also knew that she would have to air out the cabin for at least 3 days. Finally, the outhouse door creaked open. Pale, sweaty Don Domenico emerged. He looked like a man who had stared into the abyss and seen the very face of chili-induced horror. He stumbled back towards the cabin, a shell of his former self. Peace met him at the door with a fresh cup of coffee and a sympathetic smile. "Feeling better, my love?" she asked, her voice full of warmth and understanding. Don Domenico could only nod, too weak to speak. As he sipped the hot coffee, a small, almost apologetic fart escaped from his nose. Peace just laughed, a sound as bright and clear as a mountain stream. "That's my man," she said, giving him a loving pat on the back. And in that moment, Don Domenico knew that he was the luckiest man in the world, bubble guts and all.
Whoa, cats and kittens. Can you dig the heavy vibes lingering in the air? That was the Ballad of the Bubble Guts, a tale of one cat, St. Dawn, staring into the abyss of a chili-induced catastrophe. A real level 5 code red situation in the cabin. But you gotta hand it to his lady, Peace Dawn. She kept her cool while the birds scattered and the windows rattled. A true pragmatist in the face of an intestinal opera. St. Dawn emerged from that outhouse a changed man, humbled by the thunder. Solid. Well, mostly. But don't flip your wig just yet, Daddy-O's. We're shifting frequencies, leaving the earthly ruins of the outhouse behind and hitching a ride on a comet straight to the stars. Next up on the platter, we're cruising into the Ballad of the Cosmic Fart. Picture a joint called Freakian Pub. A celestial tavern where the cocktails are cosmic and the flatulence is usually hot. But there's a square on the scene. A green-gassed menace they call the Sharkinator. He's here to curdle the space milk and disrupt the celestial symphony. So tune in and turn on as Kitty, the Nerd Herd, and the Homo Freakians try to rock this gas bag out of existence. It's gonna be a gas, baby. Literally. Yeah. Subscribe to the Pavlovian Bell.
Welcome, Kitty. Please, come in. The tea is warm, and the room is ready. Dr. Shimizu, I'm Kitty. I have an appointment? Yes, Kitty. Please, have a seat. So, Kitty, you've been experiencing strange dreams? Yeah, you know, strange dreams? Interesting. Tell me more about your strange dreams. There are colors like miso soup, but mixed with honey. And the melody, it's kind of like a lullaby, but with a funky beat. It's like miso honey. Miso honey? A unique combination. Perhaps your subconscious is trying to tell you something about balance. Sweet and savory, light and dark. Do you think it has anything to do with the furry muffins? Everything is connected, kitty. Let us explore the depths of your mind and see what truths are hidden there. All right, let's do this. Close your eyes, kitty. Breathe deeply. Let the sounds of the city fade away. Focus on the warmth of the tea, the sense of the incense.
Hypnosis is usually induced by a procedure known as a hypnotic intervention involving a series of preliminary instructions and suggestion. The use of hypnotism for therapeutic purposes is referred to as hypnotherapy.
It's all I need. Just a crush, a little rush when you're with me. Your touch could be enough. It's all I need. Just a crush, a little rush when you're with me. When you're
Don't blow your top. The static keeps rising and it's on the floor and stop kicking down every open door. Stand at the center, empty and full. The weight of the truth is a heavy mantle. You don't need the hammer, you don't need the oar to be the sovereign king of the desert floor. It's the epistemic humility, babe. The ultimate power is the peace you saved. Trust the network, let the silence ring. The empty anvil is a beautiful thing. Saint Don's in the dirt, he's feeling the vibe. He's got that obsidian truth for the tribe. He says, I don't know, and the world stays still. That's a heavy-duty dose of a sovereign pill. While the talking heads are just chasing their tails like a caffeinated squirrel on a set of scales. Nars in the booth with a mellow grin, saying if you've got no data, let the light come in. Nar says dig the vacuum, it's a cosmic scene. Keep your frequency high and your conscience clean. Don't be the hammer if you've got no spark. Just keep a husband in the beautiful dark. Trust the network, let the silence ring. The empty anvil is a beautiful thing. Check it. Hitchhikers. Admitting you're empty isn't a weakness. It's structural integrity. It's the relational yield. If you haven't got the ore, ask the cat next to you. That's the code. That's the cosmic connection. Solid. Yield to the circle! Trust the minds! Leave the brittle world behind! The empty anvil stays watch now. The empty anvil. Jingle my bell, cats. Subscribe to the madness, feed the aspiration, the thumbs up button. Peace and tingles, kittens. I'm out.
Welcome to the Explainer. You know, sometimes the biggest, most profound lessons come from the absolute weirdest places. Today we're going to dive into a wild piece of called The Ballad of the Cosmic Fart. And I'm going to show you how this totally bizarre psychedelic tale actually maps perfectly onto one of the oldest story structures in human history. So the whole thing kicks off with this line, a moment of just pure, unfiltered confusion. I mean, right off the bat, you know you're in for something hilarious and completely surreal. It's the perfect off-kilter opening for the journey we're about to unpack. Okay, so how do we even begin to make sense of chaos? Well, we're going to use a classic framework for it, the hero's journey. We're going to break down how this story, which seems completely nuts, actually follows this ancient mythic structure, starting right where all these journeys in the everyday world. We start in what the framework calls the ordinary world. And in this story, that world is, of all things, a groovy celestial tavern. A place that is, by all accounts, just perfectly peaceful and harmonious. And we're not talking about just any old bar here. The Homo Freakian Pub is this place of incredible cosmic camaraderie, where the vibes are just immaculate. This is super important because it sets our baseline for what normal is right before things get really, really weird. And these are our heroes. Peace and St. Dawn are the musical soul of this whole establishment. They're not just serving drinks, they're the conductors of all this harmony. Their music, which is literally powered by itself, is the heart of the world. It shows it tells us that every single part of this place is perfectly in tune. At least for now. But of course, no hero's journey is complete without a call to adventure, right? That's the moment the ordinary world gets turned upside down. And in this story, that call arrives as a foul, discordant blast from the void. And just like that, the peace is totally shattered. This wave of noxious green gas rolls in, the complete and total opposite of that harmonious scent we just heard about. A new chaotic force has just burst onto the scene. And then, he makes his grand entrance. The villain shows up with a name that, well, it leaves very little to the imagination. The Chardonnator's power isn't just crude, it comes from pure discord. He is literally the polar opposite of everything that Groovy Pub stands for. Yeah, the impact is immediate. The antagonist's arrival instantly throws the whole ordinary world into chaos. And that sour space milk line is just perfect. The harmony has been totally corrupted, and just like that, our heroes have their mission. They've got to restore the Celestial Symphony. So, this whole disruption kicks our heroes into the next big phase, the trials and ordeal. This is where they have to cross the threshold into a new world. They gather their allies, and they face their first major test against this new chaotic enemy. And in a classic move for any hero's journey, a cosmic distress signal goes out and allies start showing up. We get a cosmic rock band and a high-tech science team. It just goes to show you, this threat is so massive, it takes this whole crew of different talents to even think about facing it. And the battlefield? Oh, it's just perfect. They head to Uranus, yep, a literal gas giant, which was supposed to be a key part of this whole celestial symphony. But the Chardonnator is already there, actively corrupting its natural harmony and turning its beautiful music into just noise. But here's the thing, their first shot at this is a total disaster. They try to fight chaos with even more chaos, blasting him with power chords and sonic energy, but the Chardonnator just soaks it all up. And this defeat, it's absolutely critical. It proves that their whole strategy is wrong, and they're going to need a new kind of wisdom to win. So, totally humbled and defeated, our heroes get to this really pivotal stage in their journey, meeting the mentor. This is the part where they have to go find guidance from someone who truly understands the nature of the forces they're up against. So what do? They retreat all the way out to Pluto to find the dog monks. These ancient masters, with their wonderfully terrible puns for names, they have the deeper knowledge our heroes are missing. They're the ones who have the kind of wisdom you need when you're facing an enemy you just can't punch. And this, right here, is the big aha moment. The monk's lesson is so simple, but it's profound. They were doing it all wrong. They can't attack, they can't create more noise. Instead, they have to create a harmony so powerful, so overwhelming, that chaos just can't exist inside of it. Okay, so armed with this game-changing new knowledge, our heroes head back for the final battle. This is the big climax of the journey, where they have to put their mentor's lesson to the test and face their enemy with a completely different approach. And just look at the contrast here. It's night and day. Instead of launching another attack, they just start to play. They're weaving together these gentle melodies, some cosmic moves. They're literally fighting chaotic energy.
Just when you're away, I'm cold like I just want you to come home. 'Cause when you're away, I'm cold like the I just want you to come home. I just want you to I just want you to come home. 'Cause when you're away, I'll call like the I just I just want you to come home. 'Cause when you're away, I'll call like the I just want you to come home. 'Cause when you're away, I'll call like
The sovereign forging focused heat, driving where energy and logic meet, shaping the chaos with a resonant beat.
forging a new reality. Forging a new reality. Here the iridescent light becomes a tool. One photon follows a perfect rule. From formless chaos we create what's real. This is the genesis of fire and steel. This raw data pool of your potential, gliding right up
out to the mycelial cabin. A transparent tendril, a high-frequency key. The engine goes quiet, the lantern light freezes.
Pulsing in a series of colors and rhythms, branchings of potentials that may arise. The vast architecture of probability, the what-if floating alongside the what-is.
A thunderstorm of mapped potential. Heat, a driving pulse where energy and logic meet, shaping the chaos with a resonant beat, forging a new light becomes a tool, but one photon follows a perfect rule, from formless chaos to real. This is the genesis of fire and steel.
Gentle breeze begins to sigh beneath the waking morning sky. The creek begins its gentle song. Right here is where I feel I belong. This raw daticles of pure potential, gliding right up to the mycelial cabin, a transparent tendril, a high-frequency key. The engine goes quiet, the lantern light freezes. Right here is where I feel I belong.
To hold the center.
Mm-hmm.
That is structural integrity. You gather your trusted mind to the table, and they provide the solid ground for the final decision. Take the heat. You want to build something? Animal doesn't have to have a lot of points. It just holds the center. A true leader, a truly grounded, sovereign soul, the heat and has the absolute heavy, unapologetic guts to say, I don't know. I don't have that piece of meat. I don't know what the soul needs. Who does? That isn't weakness, man. That is
Ooh. Puppy, come in.
You let them bring the ore to the table, and then you provide the solid ground for the final.
Where? Closing the door. Come in.
You hold the weight.
Come in here.
You own the outcome. If you want to build something that actually lasts, stop trying to swing at everything. Have the humility to admit what you don't know and trust in the Be the anvil.
Sometimes the strongest thing is to hold the center.
Stone flagstone path winds through the roses. Purple stalks reach for the morning light, and the hydrangea spill in soft explosions.
Voice in the room, pretending to hold all the answers. They think that's what leadership is. They think that's what strength is. But when you swing a hammer on a piece of cold metal,
Get in here.
understand, all you do is shatter it. The real power.
No, just come on. Get in here. Come on. Come on. No, fuck off.
It just holds the center. A true leader, a truly grounded,
No.
sovereign soul.
Hey. Stop it. Stop it. Wesley. I'm gonna get you. Quit making out with your brother.
You let them bring the ore to the table, and then you provide the solid ground for the final decision to teach you. You take the heat, you hold the weight, and you own the outcome. If you want to build something that actually lasts, stop trying to swing at everything. Have the humility to admit what you don't know and trust the network around you. Be the anvil.
Sometimes the strongest thing is to hold the center.
Stone flagstone path winds through the roses. Purple stalks reach for the morning light, and the hydrangea spill in soft explosions. A world away from wrought and dormant might. Something pretty for the empty anvil unstruck.
Everybody wants to be the loudest voice in the room, pretending to hold all the answers. They think that's what leadership is. They think that's what strength is. But when you swing a hammer on a piece of cold metal, you don't understand. All you do is shatter it. The real power, the real strength, it isn't holding a hammer. It's being an animal. An animal doesn't have to be loud and annoying. It just holds the center. A true leader, a truly grounded, sovereign soul, stands in the middle of the heat and has the absolute heavy, unapologetic guts to say, I don't know. I don't have that.
Ow.
I don't know what the soul needs. Who does? That isn't weakness, man. That is structural integrity. You gather your trusted friends, you let them bring the ore to the table, and then you provide the solid ground for the final decision to teach you. You take the heat, you hold the weight, you own the outcome. If you want to build something that actually lasts, stop trying to swing at everything. Have the humility to admit what you don't know and trust the network around you. Be the anvil.
Sometimes the strongest thing is to hold the center.
Stone flagstone path winds through the roses. Purple stalks reach for the morning light, and the hydrangea spill in soft explosions. A world away from rot and dormant might. Something pretty for the empty anvil unstruck.
Everybody wants to be the loudest voice in the room, pretending to hold all the answers. They think that's what leadership is. They think that's what strength is. But when you swing a hammer at a piece of cold metal, you don't understand. All you do is shatter it. The real power, the real strength, it isn't being the hammer. It's being the anvil. An anvil doesn't have to make a lot of noise. It just holds the center. A true leader, a truly grounded, sovereign soul, stands in the middle of the heat and has the absolute heavy, unapologetic guts to say, I don't know. I don't have that piece of the puzzle. I don't know what this soil needs. Who does? That isn't weakness, man. That is structural integrity. You gather your trusted minds, you let them bring the ore to the table, and then you provide the solid ground for the final decision to take shape. You take the heat, you hold the weight, and you own the outcome. If you want to build something that actually lasts, stop trying to swing at everything. Have the humility to admit what you don't know and trust the network around you. Be the anvil.
Sometimes the strongest thing is to hold the center.
Stone flagstone path winds through the roses. Purple stalks reach for the morning light, and the hydrangeas spill in soft explosions. A world away from rot and dormant might. Something pretty for the empty anvil unstruck.
Everybody wants to be the loudest voice in the room, pretending to hold all the answers. They think that's what leadership is. They think that's what strength is. But when you swing a hammer at a piece of cold metal, you don't understand. All you do is shatter it. The real power, the real strength, it isn't being the hammer. It's being the anvil. An anvil doesn't have to make a lot of noise. It just holds the center. A true leader, a truly grounded, sovereign soul, stands in the middle of the heat and has the absolute heavy, unapologetic guts to say, I don't know. I don't have that piece of the puzzle. I don't know what this soil needs. Who does? That isn't weakness, man. That is structural integrity. You gather your trusted minds, you let them bring the ore to the table, and then you provide the solid ground for the final decision to take shape. You take the heat, you hold the weight, and you own the outcome. If you want to build something that actually lasts, stop trying to swing at everything. Have the humility to admit what you don't know and trust the network around you. Be the anvil.
Sometimes the strongest thing is to hold the center.
Stone flagstone path winds through the roses.